or were you accompanied?
I was accompanied by another officer. They sent another backup officer just in case.
And when you say a backup officer just in case, why would dispatch send a backup officer just in case?
Typically, when there's a call involving a person with a firearm, an armed person, they want to send a second or maybe even a third officer, just because just for our safety and the public safety in general. It's kind of believed by us that if you have more than one officer, maybe two or three, then a less amount of force has to be used, and that way we can de-escalate situations better when there's more of us there.
All right. So when you arrived to that location, what, if anything, did you do? Did you have your lights on?
Not that I recall.
Did you have your siren activated?
Not that I recall.
All right. Did you exit the vehicle?
When I arrived on scene, I exited the vehicle. I saw the mail that was described in the call remarks. I saw the vehicle that was described in the call remarks. I saw the mail come out of the store, immediately walked to the vehicle. At that time, I approached the vehicle, asked the male if he could step out. He stepped out. I asked the male if he had a gun. He said no. At that point, I could look into the back seat of the car and saw a gun laying on the back seat of the car. From what I remember, I think the male immediately admitted that it was his gun. And at that point, we went ahead and detained him. And I believe the second officer there, I think he detained the female. And we just went from there.
Right. So I want to unpack a few things that you just said there.
Sure.
All right. Earlier you said he initially said he didn't have it.
Correct.
But then what changed after you located that firearm?
Once I located the firearm, once I saw it, he immediately admitted, "Oh, that's my gun."
Was it in plain view, or was it something that you had to look a little more intently for?
It was in plain view.
Is this the type of firearm that you saw? Well, the firearm that you saw that day, is it the type of firearm that you can hold with one hand, or that you must use two hands in order to discharge the ammunition?
In my belief, to use a weapon like that, you would need to use both hands.
Is this a weapon that is a single firearm, or is it one that shoots its ammunition in rapid succession?
Honestly, I don't know. With that weapon, I believe that weapon's able to be shot as quickly as you squeeze the trigger.
Are rifles generally firearms that discharge ammunition in rapid succession?
They can be.
When you observed the firearm on the back seat, what caused you to seize it?
It was described in the call remarks as that type of weapon. Typically, when people call the police, they may not know exactly, they may not be gunsmiths necessarily or know exactly specifications of a gun, but they'll describe it as best they can. It's a weapon that someone would describe as a machine gun or something of that sort.
Is it unlawful to have a firearm?
No.
So why would you seize that firearm?
From what I can remember, and from what I can remember, it appeared to be a weapon that was illegally modified.
And when you say illegally modified, what is it that you mean by that?
Those weapons can be maybe shortened, may not have a stock, or have a stock and not supposed to have a stock.
Are you saying stock?
Stock.
Stock.
STOCK, stock. It's like the back part of the weapon, like a brace almost.
And did this weapon have a stock?
To be honest, I don't remember. I do remember that we made the charge on the individual because the weapon appeared to be legally modified, and the warrant was signed by the judge, and the charge was made at that night. So.
And when that weapon was seized, well, let me back up. You said that when you saw that firearm, that the persons within the vehicle were detained. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Why did you detain them?
He was the person described in the call remarks, so he was detained for our investigation, and he was also arrested because of weed possession of the vehicle as well.
All right. When you detain someone, what does that look like in an ordinary stop for an officer?
Most times they're placed in handcuffs. Try to make it clear that they're detained and they're aware that they're detained. They're not going to jail necessarily right now. They just can't leave.
And in this instance in this instance, were the occupants of that vehicle detained by handcuffs or by some other means?
From what I remember, I believe they were placed in handcuffs.
Were they ordered out of the vehicle?
I believe they were asked to step out of the vehicle and they complied and placed them in handcuffs for the detention.
And about how long did that detention last?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Were you able at any point to obtain names or identities for the persons that were detained at that time?
I'm sure we obtained the name of the detainee, the male detainee.
And what name did you obtain?
I believe it was Quindarius Zachary.
And were you given a name for the female occupant of the vehicle?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Would that be contained within your report?
Possibly.
Okay. Would you take a moment to refresh?
Sure.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember at this point?
I believe the female detainee was named Summer.
Okay. Did you get a last name for it?
No, I did not.
Okay. Was she taken into custody, full custody after being detained?
I don't believe so.
And why not?
I believe she was released. She didn't have any. There weren't any appropriate charges for her to be placed on.
Do you know to whom that vehicle belonged?
I don't know.
Okay. When you arrived to the location of 151 Cleveland Avenue, did you observe the occupants of the vehicle doing anything?
When I first arrived, the male got into the vehicle. I do remember we noticed each other. We looked at each other. And he got into the vehicle and he started to kind of shuffle around the vehicle. Him and the female that were inside the vehicle. So there was a little bit of movement inside the car.
Okay. Now, when you say you looked at each other, can you explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what his demeanor was?
From what I remember, he came out of the store, took a quick glance at me, and he hurried into the vehicle.
Did he appear nervous?
He appeared in a rush. I could say that.
And in your training and experience, what do you understand quick movements before you make a stop to signify?
Well, in some cases, when people see the police, they may shuffle around a little bit, or maybe try to conceal something in the car, or make furtive movements to kind of put something away, or tuck something, or hide something. So it's not always the case, but you're aware of it going into situations.
Were there any other people in the area while this investigation and detention was taking place?
I don't remember.
Did you get specifications for what the type of firearm it was, the brand or the make?
I believe it was a Bushmaster Carbon 15 .223 caliber.
And when you say 223 caliber, what do you mean?
It's just the caliber of round that the weapon shoots.
And is it fair to say that when you say round, you're talking about ammunition?
Yes.
Earlier, you testified that the firearm appeared to be shortened. In your training and experience, what does the shortening of a firearm allow for a person to do with it?
To be honest, I'm not sure, but I know it's in state of Georgia code, it's illegal.
Okay.
For whatever reason.
And with respect to the length of that firearm, did you later come to tell or learn the specifications of that firearm?
It appeared to be approximately, the barrel itself appeared to be about seven inches, I believe. I need to look at the report again to remember something like
Take a
that.
moment and
Okay.
look back up. Okay, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right, what, you can answer the question.
So the barrel length was approximately 7 inches, and the entire weapon was approximately 20 inches in length.
Was the firearm loaded?
Yes, it was.
All right, was there anything in the chamber?
There was a round ready to fire in the chamber, yes.
Was there any magazines or clips connected to it?
Yeah, there was a double feed magazine attached to it.
Are you familiar with the terminology banana clip?
Yes.
And when you hear that terminology, is that formal usage for a magazine or street language?
It's just informal lingo.
And if you were to hear the term banana clip, what would you understand that to be?
I would understand to be a longer magazine in the shape of a banana that is typically like attached to a weapon or a rifle, something like a rifle. Yeah.
And were the magazines that were connected to this particular firearm in the form or shape of a banana, as you stated?
From what I remember, I think so.
And you stated that it was a double magazine. What do you mean by that?
It's a double feed. It's just a type of magazine. So I think both the rounds kind of appear at the top of the magazine, kind of like this.
Does that increase the capacity that can be fed into that magazine? To the firearm, excuse me?
No, only one round could go in at a time. I just believe it increases the capacity of the magazine so you can hold more rounds.
Do you know about how much, how many live rounds can be held in a magazine?
No.
Okay. Is it normal for a rifle of this type or any type to have double magazine, as you described?
A double feed
A
magazine?
double feed, excuse me.
It's not abnormal. It's not abnormal.
Earlier, you stated that the firearm was the assault style rifle was found on the back seat. Was it on a particular side of the vehicle?
I believe it was on the passenger side of the car.
And is that the side that Mr. Quindary Zachary was located?
From what I remember, yes.
Did you ever conduct a complete search of the vehicle after observing the modified firearm?
Honestly, don't remember.
Earlier, you stated that there was marijuana found inside the vehicle. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Do you recall where it was located inside the vehicle?
I do not remember.
Do you think you may have included that in your report?
I can check. I'm not sure.
Sure. Okay, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right, you may answer the question.
There was marijuana found inside the vehicle on the driver's seat side.
And did Mr. Zachary also take possession of claim possession of that? Or-
Sustained.
What if anything was done with the marijuana after it was located?
I believe it was turned into property as evidence.
What about the firearm?
I believe that the firearm was also submitted to the Atlanta City Property Annex as evidence.
How much marijuana was found?
I believe it was 0.3 grams of marijuana.
Did you charge Mr. Zachary with marijuana?
From what I remember, yes.
Earlier you stated that you got the identity of the female passenger. Does the name Summer Good ring a bell for you?
To be honest, not really, no.
Just a few more questions for you. Were any photos taken of this particular crime scene?
Not that I remember.
And was there any reason in your mind at that time to notify the gang unit?
Not that I remember. No, not that I remember.
Right. Do you know if the gang unit ever got the file for this particular arrest?
I do not know.
Did Lieutenant Detective Gaither get your file from this case, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you know Quindarius Zachary before this arrest took place on this particular day?
Not to my recollection.
Did you know Summer Good?
No.
Do you know if there was a relationship between Quindarius Zachary and Summer?
No.
Do you remember what Quindarius Zachary looked like at that time?
No, I don't.
Was he tall or short?
I honestly don't remember.
Would you remember his face if you were to see him again?
Possibly.
Would you recognize the firearm that was seized that evening if you were to see it again?
Possibly, maybe. It was a long time ago.
What do, with respect to the incident number associated with this case, do you know what that incident number is?
Off the top of my head?
Yes,
Don't know
what is
the
the
case.
incident number associated?
You want me to read it off of the?
After you refresh your recollection?
Sure. Okay.
Okay, what is it?
151270278.
Are you familiar with the Julian date?
In terms of what
Of
exactly?
incident numbers.
127? Yeah, it's
Yes.
the middle number.
How are the police incident numbers structured?
So the first two numbers are the year. The middle three numbers are the day of the year. And the last four numbers are the report or the incident number itself.
And
From that day, sorry about
okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The last four numbers are the incident number from that day, from that 24-hour period.
So the last four pertain to the amount of calls that come in, is that fair? to say?
Correct, yeah.
Do officers typically supplement reports if new information comes about at a later time?
Yes.
All right. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. Are you aware if Detective Lakia Gaither did any additional supplements to your report from this incident?
I would not have been made aware.
Is it typical for the officer to be made aware that supplements have been made to a report they may have made for a separate incident?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And if there was, if there were a supplement made to a report by another officer, say you in this instance, would that supplement reflect the same incident number as the one that you received for the arrest that you made?
There would be there might be
Let me rephrase the question.
go ahead.
If a supplement was made to a report
Right.
by another officer to a report that you made, would that supplemental report contain the same digits as yours?
Yes, it will.
Would there be an extension of digits to that report to indicate it as a supplement?
Typically, yes.
Just a brief moment, Your Honor. I am now going to approach the witness but first show it to the defense. Required a copy of State's Exhibit 2000, Julian. Juliet. Now approaching the witness. Now approaching you with what has been identified as State's Exhibit 2000, Juliet. When you had a chance to look at that exhibit and pass over it with your eyes a good little while, look back up at me and I'll ask you a few more questions. Do you recognize what is depicted in State's Exhibit 2000, Juliet?
No.
All right. I am now going to approach the witness with State's Exhibits 2001, Juliet, and 2002, Juliet. And when you've had a moment to look at State's 2001, Juliet, and State's Exhibit 2002, Juliet, please look back up at me and I'll ask you a few additional questions. Excuse me. In State's Exhibits 2001 and 2002, Juliet, do those look like the firearm that you recovered on the day that you arrested Mr. Quindary Zach?
Possibly.
All right. And do those images reflect the specifications that you said that firearm had at that time?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And at this time, does it appear that any changes had been made to those firearms from the time that you recovered it from the backseat of the vehicle that you approached on that day?
No.
Right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibits 2001 and 2002 into evidence. 2001, 2002, Juliet into evidence at this time.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Okay. Right. Officer Baker, did that thereabout conclude your involvement in this particular case?
Yes.
All right, it's time to stay as no further questions.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions? All right.
Officer Baker, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? All right. As I understand it, you approached a car and there were 2 occupants of that car.
Yes.
A woman who we know her name is Summer is in the driver's seat. And then Quindaria Zachary eventually opened the passenger door and was in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were called about a firearm, correct?
Correct.
You were looking for a firearm,
Correct.
okay? You see a firearm in the back seat. You ask Quindaria Zachary if it's his firearm.
Correct.
He initially denies it.
Correct.
He lied.
Correct.
And eventually he says, that is my firearm. He claimed the firearm.
Correct.
Okay. Quindaria Zachary is not in this courtroom today, is he?
Honestly, I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Okay. This firearm was a Bushmaster carbon 15 .223 caliber firearm, correct?
I believe so.
If you need to, I believe so. I want a certain answer. So
Right.
if you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report, I'd ask you to do so.
Sure. No, it's the same as the report. Yeah. So
Okay.
the reason I responded that way is just because it was so long ago. So and we didn't have body cameras. So I'm going off of pure memory from what I can
Okay,
remember.
but assuming your report is correct,
Correct.
it would be a Bushmaster carbon 15 .223 caliber firearm.
Correct.
Okay. And the serial number of that firearm is D03525, correct?
I do not know. It may be in the report. Can I check?
Yes. If is that reflected in your report?
I'm not sure if it's here. I don't have it up here anymore.
Have you refreshed your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury the serial number of that firearm?
It would be D as in David 03525.
Now, you eventually seized this firearm from Quindaria Zachary, correct?
Correct.
And do you know are you a ballistics expert?
No.
Okay. Do you know what NIBIN is?
I'm aware of the HCS.
Okay, and that's a database that can compare a gun to shell casings on other shooting scenes or other
Correct.
premises, correct?
Mhm.
All right. Do you have anything to do with running the guns you seize through NIBIN?
No.
Okay, do you have anything to do with testing the guns that you seize as an officer for ballistics?
No.
Okay. This gun that you collected off of Quindaria Zachary, what did you do with that gun?
It was turned into the Atlanta Public Safety Annex as evidence.
And All of this happened on May 7th of 2015, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further. Thank
All
you.
right, any other defense questions?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
All right. You bet, nope, okay. All right, is there any redirect for this witness? Go ahead.
You were asked a couple of questions on cross by Mr. Sharp. I just want to ask some follow-up about. You were asked if you are a ballistics expert. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did not being a ballistics expert, does not being a ballistics expert prevent you, or did it prevent you from being able to identify that firearm as an illegally modified assault rifle?
No.
Did you run any searches on that firearm using the serial number that you identified?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you have any, what results, if any, did you have with that search?
I don't believe it came back as stolen or anything like that.
I'm approaching you with what has been pre-marked, the State's Exhibit 2003, Juliet. I want you to answer this discrete question. Do you recognize what this is without saying what it is?
Yes.
All right. What is this?
This is a City of Atlanta Police Department arrest citation.
And what investigator issued it? Who?
Any response?
Your Honor, I would say this is not hearsay, given the fact that it is a part of the course of the investigation as it relates to law enforcement's overall duty. And I don't want to say too much, obviously, Judge.
Okay, well, sustained. Unless it's his report. Or his arrest citation.
I will ask a follow-up question. Does this particular exhibit bear your APD incident number for the arrest that you made?
Your Honor, that's hearsay as well.
That's not, Your Honor, that's not hearsay. That's a number. It's not a statement.
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
Can I compare the number to the report
You may.
number? Okay.
All right. Does it bear the same number as the incident report number for your particular arrest?
Yes, it does.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right, any recross? Okay, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls supervisor to go to the stand.
Remember, you're supposed to have them standing there waiting, ready to go. Really kind of serious about that.
Yes, Your Honor, he was in the well right there. Come on up to the.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. First and last name for the court's knowledge.
My name is Christopher Traugot. That's CHRISTOPHER TRAUGOTT. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you tell the jury where you currently work?
I am currently working for the Cobb County Police Department as the crime scene supervisor.
How long have you been the crime scene supervisor for Cobb County Police Department?
I just celebrated my 1 year with being with the county.
And before working in Cobb County, where did you work?
I worked for the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And what all did you do when you left, or what were you doing when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
When I left the Atlanta Police Department, I was a supervisor for the crime scene unit there.
How long were you a supervisor of the crime scene unit at APD?
I want to say 7 years.
And before that, were you a crime scene technician?
Yes, sir.
When did you first start working as a crime scene technician for the Atlanta Police Department?
I started working as a crime scene technician in January of 2013.
And when were you hired by APD?
I was hired by APD the previous year as a police recruit, but it didn't. Being a police officer didn't really work for me, so I went over to crime scene.
Can you briefly describe what your current duties entail with Cobb County?
My current duties entail managing the crime scene unit for the county. The police department manages all major calls like homicides, rapes, robberies of that nature, crimes against persons.
Do you still respond on scene to cases?
Yes, I am still active in responding.
Now, I wanted to turn your attention to January 13th of 2015. Did you have an opportunity to respond to an 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes, sir.
Now, on that date, how can you kind of orient the jury? How far into your time as a crime scene technician were you?
I would have been 2 years into being a crime scene technician on that date.
What did you respond to? Why were you called to that scene?
So I was initially called to that scene called in as a shots fired call. And what that means is a firearm has been discharged, but no one has been hit or otherwise injured.
Do you recall around what time you arrived?
It was early in the morning. I'd have to reference my report to give you an exact arrival time.
Would referencing your report help refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I'm asking to approach the witness with his report.
Okay.
Once your memory's refreshed, before you answer, just let me know.
All right.
And I'll leave that up there in case we need it. But what time did you respond?
I got the call at 8:02 in the morning. It would have been right when I arrived at work, and I arrived there at 9:40 a.m.
Were you day shift back in that time frame?
That is correct. On that day, I was working the day shift.
And when you got there, was this a house, an apartment, a business? What was 878 Oakland Drive?
This was a residential home.
What did you see when you first arrived?
When I first arrived, I met with the officer on scene. I believe it was Officer Campbell who was on the scene. And I just saw a house. It wasn't until I stopped to inspect the scene that I saw anything else. But initially arriving on scene, I saw a house with green trash cans in front of it.
Now, Your Honor, I am approaching the witness with what's been marked as 1 Delta 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 through 31 Delta Delta Delta. If any defense counsel wants to see.
In future, and to the extent possible, review the evidence beforehand.
The problem, Your Honor, is that what's being shared doesn't have exhibit numbers, so there's no way to cross-reference, for us to cross-reference.
All right, maybe I'll get together 10 minutes before we start and just say, here's my evidence for the day. Okay, I've seen it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Handing the witness 1 through 31, Delta, Delta, Delta. And before you came in to testify, did you have the opportunity to review 1 through 31, Delta, 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 those copies before you?
Yes, sir. I've had a chance to review these photos.
And what are those?
These are photographs from the crime scene that I took.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene photos from January 13th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence State's Exhibits 1 through 31, Delta, Delta, Delta.
All right, admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing State's Exhibit 1, Delta, Delta, Delta. Now, you had mentioned when you got there was that house with the green trash cans. Is that what's depicted in 1, Delta, Delta, Delta?
Yes, sir.
And that's the 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes, I believe there should be a photo with the address in here as well.
Publishing 2, Delta, Delta, Delta. Is this the roadway that the street and the surrounding area from where you responded to?
Yes, it is.
And I wanted to ask you, what was the Atlanta Police Department case number associated with this crime scene you responded to?
It would have been early in the year, so it would have been 15013, and the last 4 numbers would have been.
Do you need to refresh your report?
Yes, would have been 0459.
0459?
Yes,
So in total, can you say that one time?
150130459.
Thank you. Publishing 3, Delta, Delta, Delta. Can you describe for the jury what is depicted in this photograph?
So the previous photo we saw was of the roadway, and this is another photograph of that same roadway where I have marked using yellow evidence markers all of the points of evidence. In this case, I believe was shell casings.
So what do each of those placards represent?
Each of those placards would represent the location of a shell casing.
How many shell casings were on scene of this crime scene that you processed?
I believe there were 66 shell casings that I recovered.
And at the time that you, in your career, turning back to January 13th, 2015, was that number of shell casings low, average, or high for you as a crime scene technician at that time?
At this point in my career, this was the most number of shell casings I had collected at a single scene.
And are the shell casings on this scene, are they concentrated or not concentrated at a specific area or location?
As you can clearly see, it looks to be 2 concentrations. One, is this a touch screen? Can I highlight?
It's unfortunately not a.
Oh, okay.
touchscreen.
Can you see the
We don't
mouse?
have like a laser pointer or
Oh.
anything yet.
Okay, as you can see, there's a concentration, looks like it's in front of the green trash cans, and there's another concentration over here, further up to closer to where I'm standing from taking this photograph.
And is there any shell casings do any of the placards represent more than 1 shell casing?
Yes, to my recollection, placard 21 has 2 shell casings. I placarded them together because they were physically touching.
They were that close to one another?
Yes.
Publishing 4, Delta, Delta, Delta. Now, what is depicted in 4, Delta, Delta, Delta?
That is placard number 1, which is representing a shell casing. In this case, it is a rifle shell casing, man.
And your placards went from 1 to 65?
That is correct.
Publishing States Exhibits 5, Delta, Delta, Delta. Can you describe for the jury, 1, what's depicted in 5, Delta, Delta, Delta?
This is what is known as a mid-range photograph. What this is this is not an overall photograph, it's closer. It's depicting evidence, but it's also depicting the evidence in relationship to where everything else is around it. So we're not seeing close-ups of individual evidence. We're seeing the evidence as they are in relationship to each other.
How many crime scene photographs did you take overall of the scene?
I'll have to reference my report.
You may.
286.
And do you take individual photographs of each placard?
Correct.
And I'm going to publish 6, Delta, Delta, Delta. Is this the next mid-range photograph that you were just describing?
Yes, sir.
And is this from placards 7 through 18,
Yes, they are.
all of which are shell casings?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 7 Delta Delta Delta? Is this another mid-range photograph?
Yes, sir.
And all of these thus far, what part of the location have they been in?
They've all been in the street in front of the house.
Publishing States Exhibit 8 Delta Delta Delta? Can you describe for the jury where these shell casings are?
This would be the driveway.
Publishing 9 Delta Delta Delta? Is this another mid-range photograph of additional shell casings?
This is more of an overall photograph, but yes, it is a mid-range in the sense that you're showing the evidence 30 and 31 in relationship to where they are with the rest of the crime scene.
Publishing 10 Delta Delta Delta? Can you describe for the jury what we're seeing here?
This is an overall shot of evidence placards that were, like I said, in front of the green trash cans in front of the house. It's just sort of an overall showing the whole layout of the scene.
And with these mid-range photographs, do you go through them in chronological order of the placard numbers?
I attempt to, unless there's some other circumstance in which I can't, but yes.
Publishing 11 Delta Delta Delta? Is this another mid-sized photograph?
Yes, this is a mid-range photo.
Going up to placard number 52? What's the last placard you see?
The last placard I see clearly is 52, yes.
Publishing States Exhibits 12 Delta Delta Delta.
And this is what we call overlapping shots. The top of the last shot is in the bottom of this next shot, so we can overlap the various scenes, so there's no missing sections. So this will go up to 59 then.
Publishing 13 Delta Delta Delta.
Objection, Your Honor. Are we going to go over all of these photographs?
I didn't believe so.
Your Honor, there was initially 276 photographs. There's now 1 through 31 Delta Delta Delta.
Can I overrule the objection? He's
thank
moving very quickly through.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, did you see different type of shell casings on this scene?
Yes, sir.
And were, in general, or what type of shell casings were there, if you know?
Predominantly, there were mostly rifle caliber shell casings. There were several handgun caliber shell casings as well, but the predominant were rifle caliber.
I'm going to publish 14 Delta Delta Delta. And I want to also ask you, when you got to the scene, was anyone in that house?
No, not to this. Like I said, this was a shots fired. This is a scene where firearms were discharged, but no one was hurt or injured. And I believe Officer Campbell and Sane told me no one was home at the time of the shooting or the firearm being discharged.
Publishing 16 Delta Delta Delta. Excuse me, 15. Now, once you took photographs of the shell casings, what was the next part of the crime scene that you went through?
Documenting damage to the residents and the property.
In crime scene technician speak, what do you classify damage as?
Defects from projectiles is how I would classify it.
And did you see any defects in 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes.
Now, can you identify for the jury any defects you see in 15 Delta Delta Delta?
If you, can I stand up?
You may.
It's, you know what, here's a pointer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And y'all can move if you need to see.
So if you look right here, this is a defect in the house inside. This is also a defect in the house on the side. This is, I would have taken close-up shots of the defects, but this is sort of a mid-range overall shot of these defects.
Publishing 16, and if you don't mind, remain standing for me. Thank you. 16 Delta Delta Delta. Can you show the jury if you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes, if you look right here, I don't know how well you can see but there is clearly a defect right here in this window. There's clearly a defect right here by the side of the door. There's another defect up in this window, and right here, you see one right here that went to the window pane. Those are the only ones I see in this shot.
Publishing 17 Delta Delta. Oh,
I saw one more. It's just as I was right here as well.
and are these going, is there any order to when you are photographing, say, the outside of a home? Are you going left to right, right to left?
In this case, I would have been going left to right. You know, if I'm facing, I take my photos the same way you would read a book. So from your perspective, it's going left to right.
Publishing 17 Delta Delta Delta. Is there any defects in this photograph?
Yep, so there's the defect here in this window, defect here in this window, defects up here and here and here above the window, defects here, here between these two shutters. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 defects in this window right here from the scene.
Publishing 18 Delta Delta Delta.
This would have been an overall shot where I've now gone to the entire other side of the house. As you can see, we're seeing defects all along here. I believe there's even some right here in the gutter. And one right here in the edge of the window frame right here.
Publishing 19 Delta Delta Delta.
This is that same window that I was just pointing out where you can see the one in the window frame. Here's the 1, 2, 3. Here's the 2 in between the shutters that you saw previously. This will be more of the mid-range shot that I was talking about earlier on, taking closer and closer photos of the defects.
Publishing 20 Delta Delta Delta. Is there any defects you see in this photograph?
Yes. As you can see, there's starting right here underneath the window. We're going down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Now these might not be defects. These might just be construction, boxes, because this is where the utility line is. So they may have taken something on and off the box here, but these over here are the defects. You can tell by the irregular shaping pattern.
Publishing 21 Delta Delta Delta. Do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes, sir. 2 very clear ones right here.
Publishing 22 Delta Delta Delta.
This is over near the door. You can see very clearly the defect right there, as well as the defects that were over here that were part of this first window.
Now, once you take photographs of the outside of the home, do you proceed to go inside and take photographs?
I believe in this case, we did go inside to take photographs. It's not always the case if we don't have access to the home for whatever reason, but I think in this case, we did have access to the home.
Publishing 23 Delta Delta Delta.
So this would have had a close overall shot, but this would have been damaged television screen inside the house.
And just to orient the jury, is this television screen, where is that in general in relation to the front of the house?
I believe if you are, excuse from your perspective, if you are walking in the door, I believe the television screen would have been right here, perpendicular. If I remember correctly.
Publishing 24 Delta Delta Delta. Do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes, as you can see, this wall would have been perpendicular to the shots, so the defects would have become more elongated as they hit it at a steeper angle. So over here, you can see where the defects have started hitting the wall more straight on as a 90-degree angle. You can also see the damage to the clock face here with defects where rounds were hitting.
Publishing 25 Delta Delta Delta.
This would have been where it went through this door frame right here and come out and left a large exit in this hole right here.
Publishing 26 Delta Delta Delta. If you see any defects.
This is that elongated round that I was telling you about. When a bullet hits something at a 90-degree angle, it leaves a very round hole. When it hits it at a much steeper angle, it leaves a much more elongated pattern of defects.
Publishing 27 Delta Delta Delta.
This would have been the window that is on the front of the house, and we are seeing it from the interior side.
Publishing 28 Delta Delta Delta. Is there any defects that you see?
Yes, sir. Right here in the fridge, you can see where the rounds have come through the wall and they've hit the refrigerator right here and right here.
Publishing 29 Delta Delta Delta.
As you can see, the stove glass has been shattered, leaving all of the damage here.
Is that leaving?
Leaving all of this glass damage here.
Publishing 30 Delta Delta Delta.
These would have been more defects. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And publishing 31 Delta Delta Delta.
This is just pieces of wall and other things that have been blown out after the bullets have been hit. So usually this is the debris that comes from a round coming through an object and leaving bullets.
Now, after you, thank you, you may take a seat.
Your Honor, here's your
Thank you.
And Your Honor, may we keep that pointer?
Oh,
I'll keep it and when y'all need it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. After you walked through and documented the shell casings, the outside of the home and the inside, what did you do anything with anything physically present on that scene?
the only thing I would have done on the scene after all of my documentation would be to collect the shell casings on the scene and take them with me back to the lab.
What is your process in general for collecting shell casings?
Shell casings are packaged individually, usually in small coin envelopes. They're about that big. They are written, the marker number and the time they are collected on the outside of the envelope, as well as any pertinent case information. Then they are all packaged together into a larger bag and sent, when I get back to the office, I will send them usually to the crime lab.
So you transport them from the scene back to somewhere in Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, it would have been the public safety annex.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir.
And then after you transport the evidence, what do you do with the photographs that you took?
The photographs are I'm not sure if this is how it is because I've been with Atlanta for a while. But at the time, you would burn your photographs onto CD discs, place them into an envelope, and then send them to our photo lab division, who would then verify that your photo descriptions match the photographs that you have on the CD discs.
And after you finish processing the scene, do you capture what steps you took in any kind of documentation?
My report.
After you finish your report for this January 13, 2015 crime scene, did you have any other involvement with this case?
Not to my recollection.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Would the crime scene report have the same incident number as the Atlanta Police Department case number?
It should.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any defense questions for this witness?
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, no questions.
Not on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
All right. Anybody else? And, okay, thank you for your time. Your excuse call, do y'all need a bathroom break? Are we gonna, all right, let's take a quick restroom break. Have your next witness ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. see you're here with us again. Do we have news, developments?
Judge, just for the record, they wanted yesterday to go ahead and meet with my client in the office. I went over there, they went over there, and they listened to what the doctor had to say. He has pneumonia, he won't be released maybe until the 19th. I spoke with him, the DA and the investigator left. I spoke with him. He takes 2 oxy, 10 milligrams each every 4 to 6 hours.
Okay.
And he has to take that. He's in a situation that he gets put under a stressful situation, he'll have a crash. It'll be a crisis situation, he'll be back over there. I spoke to him in State of my place. He said he made a statement 10 years ago. He said, I don't remember what happened yesterday sometimes. So he's in a bad situation. They have a statement. If they want to get the statement in, that's fine, but he is not going to take a stand respectfully.
Well, he is if I tell him to.
No, I understand that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is he's not going to take the stand and have a clear head. He has to take this medication. And the doctor even made a comment when I asked him, about his mental ability to understand what's going on if he's taking this medication. He said, no, he would have problems. So I would ask you allow me to prepare an order, allow him to go home. His grandmother died yesterday or the day before. He wants to go to the funeral. We will give you, he can wear a GPS monitor. He is not going anywhere. He's extremely sick.
Ms. Love.
Reasons that are apparent. We had someone there, and I was appreciative of Mr. Scheib going with us. But what the doctors said is that that medication would not affect his ability to recall, to think clearly. And in fact, he could have been released as early as today. And they said that they would keep him no later than the 19th. The touch of pneumonia is not what is keeping him. It is his reported pain level that he has given them that they are keeping him to monitor. So based on the information that we have, and Your Honor, is this something that the court wants filmed?
Doesn't matter to me. Go ahead.
Okay. Based on the information that we have, I don't believe that a conversation regarding where he goes from the hospital beyond here is necessary, because once he is released, we would like him to be brought right here to put up his testimony before there's anything else that interferes with his appearance and compliance with the subpoena he's been served.
All right.
Just one more thing. I asked the district attorney yesterday, she gave me a copy of the material witness warrant. She said she would.
And I
We
will.
go ahead and allowed us to speak to the doctor with the DA. I asked her for that this morning. She doesn't have it. So I think I'm entitled to that because I think there's some problems with it, but the only way I could address it is through you, because she's not giving it to me. She said she would.
And Your Honor, I don't mind providing a copy of that to Mr. Scheib, the issue, and that's a wholly separate issue from the matter of what's going on right now. And I believe that part of what is happening is related to what Mr. Scheib and I conversed about 2 days ago that I will not broadcast to the world. But I believe that we need to handle his client's compliance with this subpoena and his appearance in court. And we'll give him whatever he needs. He hasn't told me what he believes is a problem with it.
Well, I guess he hadn't seen it yet. Ms. Percival, we have a copy, don't we? We can give you a copy right now.
Judge, what I'm asking is just release him, let him go back.
I understand that's what you're asking, but I'm not going to do that. I already have given the okay that as long as, and it sounds like the doctors aren't saying that he's not able to testify. So if he's going to come from the hospital upon release to here to testify, that may be the best way to handle it. And then he'll be finished and then he can.
That's fine, just as long as the court understands if he's made to come here and put in a crisis situation, he could die. I mean, his situation is bad, and I
All right,
understand.
well, I understand that that's what he is representing to you, but he also might potentially have reasons to want to make it seem as dire as possible. And I would think that we'd be able to trust the doctors with regard to, did Ms. Love, and maybe this is something to approach about, but do you have, I understand that you said that the doctors said the medications he's taking shouldn't have any impact on his ability to think clearly or recall. Did y'all at all discuss anything about, is he in some kind of a condition where any amount of stress is gonna make him fall out and die?
Well, that's
I would
not-
actually-
I'm asking Ms. Lev, hang on just a second.
Actually, our investigator and another chief ADA went down there, and the indication that he gave was that it would not harm him, because I believe that Mr. Scheib broached the question of the impact it could have on him. And the
Okay.
doctor indicated that it would not have an adverse impact on him. But to be certain, I would rather that particular ADA or the investigator that overheard that conversation relay it more accurately as we can. But that is my understanding of what they
All right,
said.
and we can certainly have medical, people on standby.
Okay, well, I was there and listened to the doctor, that's wrong what she's saying. He said it could it would have an impact. He takes 2 oxycontin. He said it would have an impact on him. Have an impact on anybody, but that's fine.
All right, why don't we, before the lunch break, hear from
That's,
whomever that was
that's
the
all
other
right.
party to that? If you want to come get a copy of the material witness warrant,
Judge could also.
do you want a copy of the affidavit as well?
If he's brought over here, I can't stay at the hospital, I can't stay here 24/7, but if he's brought over here, will I be notified? So
I
I can be with
would
him?
certainly expect that you would be notified as soon as the state knows anything about it.
Okay, the state's gonna notify me?
We would not, yes, we would not have him. I'm not going to deal with him, Zachary, without Mr. Scheib.
So
Period.
yes, that's a yes, right?
As long as
That
we're
is a yes.
clear.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, you're welcome. Okay, you have your next witness ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else before we?
Your Honor, could this honorable court also share with us, or Ms. Percival, with the court's consent, the material witness warrant and the affidavit in support thereof? I don't find any reason we should not be served with that.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She'll email it to everybody. Beyond that, we ready for the jury? Yes, okay.
What'd you say?
Chief ADA before lunch?
Yeah, just
Okay,
when
all
we
right.
break for lunch, that'll be great. Morning.
I'll just tell him.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, state calls Lieutenant A. Leduc to the stand. Lieutenant A. Leduc, Leduc, to the stand.
I do. First name is Allison, Allison. Last name Leduc, Leduc.
And are you employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes,
And how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department?
about 13 years.
And what is your current rank?
Lieutenant,
What unit do you serve as lieutenant over?
Open Records Unit,
And how long have you been a lieutenant with the Open Records Unit?
since May, so a couple months, 4 months.
Okay. If you can briefly tell the jury about your service with the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes, when I came out of the academy, I was an officer and I worked in Zone 3, which is southeast, a little bit of southwest Atlanta. I was on the street for about 4 years. I then worked in the burglary unit in Zone 3 in the same area. After that, I made investigator, worked in Zone 3, and then I moved to Special Victims Unit, worked there for about a year and a half, made sergeant, worked in Zone 2, which is the Buckhead area. While I was a sergeant, I also went back to Special Victims Unit for about 2 years, and then I made lieutenant December 2022, worked in Zone 2 again, and then I just got moved to Open Records Unit in May of this year.
Now I want to focus your time as when you worked in the Zone 3 area. First, as a patrol officer. As a patrol officer, did some of your job duties include responding to 911 calls,
Yes,
traffic enforcement,
yes,
writing police reports,
yes,
and doing directed patrols?
yes.
Is there anything else that you did while you were a patrol officer within Zone 3?
I also worked crime suppression unit as well, which is a proactive unit.
And I know you spent some time in Zone 3. How long were you first a patrol officer in Zone 3?
Until technically I made investigator 2017. So I was an officer up until 2017, but I worked the street until the end of 2015.
And from 2015 to 2017, what did you do?
Burglary and crime suppression unit.
Now, when you were a patrol officer in Zone 3, what shift did you work?
Evening watch.
And what was the evening watch time frame?
2 to 10 or 3 to 11 is the shift hours.
And did you work that shift the entire time you were a patrol officer with Zone 3?
Yes.
As a patrol officer, did you have a specific beat that you worked?
Initially, no, but I was assigned a beat probably about a year and a half out in the zone. And that was 304's beat, which would be Zone 3 for the 3, and 4 is the beat area.
And how long did you work that 304 beat?
Probably about 2 years.
If you can briefly describe for the jury what areas encompassed in that 304 beat.
Yes. So you're looking at the southeast side, old Turner Field area, which is now GSU Stadium, goes down to University Avenue. So that area, Summerhill area, Haygood, Hank Aaron area.
You're on permission to approach? And I've given to defense counsel a PowerPoint that includes the next upcoming exhibit, Your Honor. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86GG. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 86GG?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 86GG?
That was the main area of 304's beat.
Okay. And is that a map containing that area of 304's beat?
Yes.
And does that fairly accurately depict 304 beat and possibly some other beats within Zone 3?
Yes.
You're right. This time, the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 86GG into evidence as a demonstrative.
That's fine.
Permission to publish. Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, may we borrow that stick again, please? Yeah. And permission for Lieutenant Leduc to step down?
She may.
Lieutenant Leduc, if you could just indicate with the stick that area that you said with the 304 beat when you were working the zone back in 2014, 2015.
Yes. So pretty much all encompassing up to the north side of Atlanta Avenue, down Hill Street, anything to the east side of Hill Street would be Zone 6, and part of this area down here would be 305 Street.
And I'm going to ask you about some other streets within the 304 beat. You talked about, I believe, did you say Haygood?
Yes.
Atlanta Avenue, so that would be a part of 304's beat?
Yes.
And Van Ira, that's also part of 304's beat?
Yes.
And then Farrington, that's also part of 304.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Now, as a patrol officer within 304, or even when you did investigations in 304, were you aware of any gang activity in the 304 beat?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of gang activity in the 304 beat?
Just sharing throughout the department from our gangs investigators. If they ever came to roll calls, they would share information, but also just from interacting with citizens that lived in that area.
And was there any particular gang that operated in that 304 beat?
Yes, I recall ABG, Atlanta Blood Gang.
Were there any others?
In that area, specifically for 304, that's the only one that I recall occupying that space.
And are you familiar with a location at 12 Atlanta Avenue?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that location?
It's a convenience store.
And was there any known gang activity that would occur around that particular location?
We would respond to criminal trespasses there. There would be a lot of people that would hang out around the store that would be affiliated with that gang.
You said would be affiliated with that gang? Okay. And was that during the duration of your time in Zone 3?
Yes.
Now, I want to transition to your time in Zone 3 and responding to a call. As a responding officer to a call, specifically a shooting, what are your responsibilities when you arrive on the scene?
Arriving on scene, you're going to try to make the scene safe for yourself and anybody else that's there. Check for victims, make sure the scene is secure so that way you're preserving any evidence there. And walking through the crime scene, find out what evidence you have there, making sure you speak to any witnesses that are at the location as well.
Okay, and you said something about trying to make the scene safe. What does that mean?
Well, one, making sure there's no longer a threat at the scene, but securing the scene so that way you have your crime scene located in one area where nobody can cross into that area.
And how do you secure a crime scene?
You can set up crime tape, you can position patrol vehicles, have officers set up wherever the tape is or the vehicles are.
And as a patrol officer, do you sometimes serve as a lead investigator, for lack of a better term, when you respond to shootings?
Yes, sir. Primary officer.
And when you become the primary officer on the scene, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities?
Speak to the victims, speak to witnesses. You will be also doing the report as well, directing the person that responds from our ID unit who does our crime scene processing, directing them as to where evidence is, what they need to process on scene.
I want to direct your attention to January 26, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 1007 Hill Street in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
And as a part of your preparation, have I asked you to look at what day of the week that was?
Yes.
And what day of the week was that?
Monday.
And when you responded, did you respond to a house, an apartment, or something else?
It was like a townhouse or a duplex. So there was an A and a B unit at that location.
And initially, which duplex letter or number did you respond to?
A.
And let me ask, do you recall it being a letter or a number?
I thought I recalled it being a letter.
Well, looking at a copy of your police report help refresh your memory.
Yeah, it would have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as identification purposes, and this is her police report as States Exhibit 87 GG. And once your memory is if that refreshes your memory, I'll just look up and let me know without reading it.
So I will say apartment 1 in the narrative, A, and the initial address at the top.
Okay. But it was either apartment 1 or apartment A?
Yes.
All right. And again, would that have been in 304's beat?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
That was my beat. So I believe initially a supervisor was in the area and heard shots fired, and then we received multiple calls for shots fired as well as a person shot at the location.
And do you recall about what time you responded to the location?
I believe it was about 9:30 p.m.
And when you arrived, I know you just said that there was a sergeant who heard shots fired. Did other officers respond with you initially?
Yes,
Do you know about how many other officers responded with you?
I don't recall how many.
Once you arrived, tell the jury what you recall happening.
When we arrived to the scene, it was myself and other officers as well as a sergeant. Initially, a male answered the door, let us inside, so we were checking the house. When we went up the stairs, we found a male at the top of the stairs who advised he had been shot to his right calf, and there is a female as well that was located, she advised, in the bedroom upstairs but closest to the front of the house, that had been shot in the right calf as well. They both advised that they had been laying in bed together. There was also two other females, I believe, that were located in a room in the rear upstairs of the house as well. We also located multiple shell casings in the street.
So we're going to go back over
Yep.
some that just slightly. So when you opened the door, a male answered the door.
Yes.
Do you recall the name of that individual?
Can I check my report?
Well, looking at a copy of your report, have refresh your memory?
Yes.
Yes.
A Mr. Marcus Battle,
And without telling me his full date of birth, what year was he born?
89.
And when he opened the door, did he advise where he was in the house at the time of the shooting?
He advised he was located in a rear room at the top of the stairs.
Do you recall sitting here today, how many bedrooms were in that home?
I don't recall exactly how many.
Now, once you interact with Mr. Battle, what did you do next?
That was when we made contact with a Mr. Hunter Elston, who was at the top of the stairs.
And without giving his full date of birth, what year was Mr. Elston born?
63.
And I think you said that you were able to speak with him.
Yes.
All right. And when you first saw him, he was shot.
Yeah, he advised he had been shot to the right calf.
Did you see any injury to him?
I most likely did. I don't recall exactly.
At this moment, do you remember in?
Let me turn it off now.
Go ahead.
At it always happens like that. And let me ask you this, Ms. Ledoux, before we finish, what is the incident number for this incident?
It is 150262672.
And again, this was on January 26th
Yes.
of 2015.
Yes.
All right. Once, at this point, do you recall, and when I say at this point today, do you remember anything about his demeanor, Mr. Elston, when you went to that house?
I don't recall.
Now, once you spoke with Mr. Elston, what did you do next?
At that point, I believe we made contact with the female who advised that she had a gunshot wound to her right calf. And that was Miss Frida Reed,
And what was her date of birth?
1965.
And where was Miss Reed when you first made contact with her?
I don't recall exactly where she was when I first made contact with her.
Was she in the bedroom?
I don't recall.
Do you recall putting a report where you first interacted with her?
Not specifically says where I first interacted with her, but they both advised that they had been lying in bed in the front bedroom upstairs.
Now, you also said that you saw two other females in the home.
Yes.
What was their name and then year of birth?
Raven Davis, 1991, and Liberty Bennett, 2013.
So Liberty would have been about 2 years old.
About 2 years old, yeah.
Now, once you spoke with Mr. Elston and did you speak with Raven?
I don't recall speaking to her specifically.
And you saw Miss Bennett inside of the, no, excuse me, Miss Reed inside of the home, correct? Free to read.
Yes, when I first made contact with her, it would have been inside the home.
Once you spoke with Miss Reed, what, if anything, happens next?
After speaking to her and getting statements, we most likely started processing the crime scene at that point, seeing where there was damages inside of the house, any shell casings, ensuring that they received medical attention as well, checking for any witnesses that might have seen, heard anything that had just occurred.
And you talked about getting medical services. Did Grady arrive on scene?
Yes, Grady and fire responded to the scene.
And was Mr. Elston and Miss Reed transported to the hospital?
Yes, they were.
Now, you also said that you were able to speak with witnesses on the scene.
Yes.
How many witnesses did you speak with?
I spoke with a female who lived across the street from the location.
And what time did you arrive?
About 9:30.
And do you recall in minutes, approximately how long after you may have arrived on scene did you interact with this witness who lived across the street?
I don't recall the exact amount of time it would have taken to actually interact with her, but after speaking with the victims, going through crime scene and actually speaking to her, it could have been about 20, 25 minutes.
Let me ask, would a CAD report contain any information regarding any witnesses that you may have spoken to on the scene?
Possibly.
Possibly. Will looking at a copy of the CAD report from this incident maybe help you refresh your memory as to timing of when you may have spoken to her? You're on permission to approach? I'm going to show you what the marked for identification purposes as 88 GG. Just take a look at that calculator. It helps refresh your memory as to any information with that witness in there to help ascertain what time you may have spoken to her.
So between about 9:54 and about 10 p.m., I see the names and date of births of the victims and the witness information in here. So that could have been possibly when we were checking their information on the computer in the patrol vehicle at that time. So that would have put a time frame in about speaking to her, getting her information, sitting down in the car would have been about 20 to 30 minutes.
And you arrived at about 9:30.
Right.
Would you have gotten her information to run before or after you spoke to her?
Most likely talking to her, I would have gotten her name, date of birth, asked if she had identification. And then after speaking to her, I typically would have went back to my vehicle and ran her information on the computer.
And approximately what time did you run her information?
From this CAD report, with all their info in like this, it looks like about 10 p.m.
And in speaking with this witness, was she able to provide you any information about that night, about?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
You're right.
Yes.
State's response would be a present sense impression, given that she spoke with her within 20 minutes or so of the police arriving on scene.
That's not how I understood the testimony. and I don't believe the foundation has been laid.
She
Why don't-
won't.
Why don't you see if you can lay a foundation for that?
Okay, so did you, based on your report, speak with this witness?
Based on my report, yes.
And given that you ran her information at about 10 o'clock, would you have spoken to her before 10 o'clock? Would you have spoken to her before 10 o'clock?
Most likely, yes.
Okay, and you arrived on the scene about 9:35?
Yes,
All right, so within 25 minutes, is it fair to say you would have spoken with this witness?
yes.
Okay, and is that typical that you would speak with the victims first and then go out and canvass the area to speak to witnesses to see if they've observed anything?
Yes.
And would that be the protocol, what you would have done on this day back in January 26, 2015?
Yes.
Today, do you remember what her being the witness, what her body language was or her demeanor was?
I don't recall.
Okay, but was she able to provide you information of what she saw and heard on the nights when you all responded?
Yes, she advised,
Don't tell me yet.
oh, sorry.
Was she able to provide you information about what she heard and what she saw that night?
Yes.
And was that within 20 minutes of you responding to a shots fired call?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state.
There's been conflicting testimony now, and we're leading and saying 20 minutes, and that's not, I don't understand that to be the testimony. And furthermore, the question is that I don't think we've gotten an answer to is, yes, there was an initial interaction, but that doesn't answer the question of when the interview or whatever we want to call it takes place.
Your Honor,
So I would also object on the grounds of confrontation clause.
Your Honor, I believe the testimony is I would have spoken to her prior to 10 o'clock, which is when she put the information in the system, and she arrived at 9:30, approximately 9:30. So between 9:30 and 10 o'clock is roughly 30 minutes, and she would have spoken to her before 10 o'clock.
Well.
So again, I don't know why we keep talking about 20 minutes.
She initially said she spoke with her between 20 and.
Let's hear that from the witness.
Okay. About how long do you think you were on scene before you met with or spoke with the witness on the scene?
With giving a timeline of how that incident was and how we would typically speak to victims and how we would typically look at evidence and make sure everybody gets medical attention, I would say on that scene, it could have been about 20 to 25 minutes.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Okay. Was she able to provide you without saying what she said, was she able to provide you information regarding the incident?
Yes.
Okay. After you spoke with the witness, what, if anything, did you do next?
After speaking with the witness, then it would have come down to processing the crime scene at that point and locating damages or directing ID whenever they arrived on scene to where shell casings were or damages were at that point.
And do you recall who the crime scene tech was that you had come out to that scene?
From my report, it was ID unit 7320 Sanders.
And had you have an opportunity to look at some of the pictures that were taken back on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
And in looking at those pictures, did that fairly accurately depict the scene as you recall it from January 26, 2015?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
No.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 1GG through 28GG. Have you had the opportunity to look at those specific pictures prior to entering court today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Exhibit 1GG to 28GG into evidence.
Did you say 20 or 28?
28.
All right, they're admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at State's Exhibit 1GG, what are we looking at State's Exhibit 1GG?
Incident location, the residence that it occurred at.
And do you recall if it was the left or the right home?
Looking at the picture, left side.
Okay. And going to 2 Gigi? Now, you said to the left, is that the one where it appears that the door is open beyond the burglar door, the other door is open?
Yes.
Okay. And looking to the other door, which is closed, do you see anything that you would determine as defects on the door that's to the right?
Yeah, from looking at the picture, yes.
Okay. But that is not the house that you responded to, the one on the right.
That's correct.
Looking at 3 Gigi, if you can describe for the jurors, what are we looking at in 3 Gigi?
Staircase inside of the residence.
And is this a staircase in which you saw Mr. Elston?
Yes, I believe so.
Looking at 4 Gigi, what is depicted in 4 Gigi?
Defects on the wall and the staircase
And when you say defects, what do you mean?
from being struck by bullets.
Looking at 5 Gigi, is that just a close-up of those same defects?
I believe so.
All right, 6 Gigi. Are these additional defects found within the home?
Yes.
And 7 Gigi, are these additional defects found inside of the home?
Yes.
And will all these be consistent with defects that come from gunfire?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 8 Gigi, is that just a close-up of what we just looked at?
Yes.
All right. 9 Gigi. And in 9 Gigi, is that also a defect at the top portion of that picture?
Yes.
And I don't think you can see it here, so if you can stand up and just indicate with the pointer where that defect is on that picture.
Right there.
All right. You may have to stand, so.
Okay.
Looking at 10 Gigi, if you can identify for the jury the defect that is here as well. All right. 11 Gigi. Is that just the floor inside of the home?
Yes.
All right. 12 Gigi. What is depicted inside 12 Gigi?
I recall that being the front bedroom upstairs.
And looking at 12 Gigi, do you see the window in 12 Gigi?
Yes.
Do you see any distortion of the blinds looking at 12 Gigi?
Yes.
Okay, if you can just point that out for the jury.
Here and up here.
All right. Looking at 13 Gigi. Within 13 Gigi, do you see any defects in the wall near that window that you just identified?
Yes.
If you can just point to the jury and if we can zoom in where those defects are. Scrolling.
So we're looking right here and over here.
Okay. And you said over, hold on.
Possibly some up here. I know.
All right, is this one, oh, sorry, tell me where to point.
Yes, that appears to be one up there.
Okay, any others?
Yeah, and possibly over there to your right side.
Here?
Yes.
Okay. We can go to the next, is that 15 Gigi? Or 14 Gigi? Do we see any defects here?
Yes.
And where is it?
Ceiling above the fan.
Is that right here?
Yes.
All right, now 15 Gigi? Do we see any additional defects?
Yes, I think that's just a close-up of the one we previously, yes.
All right. 16 Gigi? Now what's being depicted in 16 Gigi?
Where one of the victims was lying in bed.
And 17 Gigi? Is that a close of that same area?
Yes.
Are you able to tell the jury what this reddish brown stain could be inside of this picture?
Yes, possibly blood.
All right. Looking at 18 Gigi, any defects within 18 Gigi?
Yes.
Where would that defect be?
To the right of the picture frames, bottom, above that, top right, above the picture frames in the middle, and then possibly some to your right above this mirror.
All right. Looking at 19 Gigi, is that just a close-up of the one we just identified?
Yes, close up.
20 Gigi, Are those as close up as the other ones we just identified?
Yes.
21 GG? Is that just, do we see any defects within 21 GG?
Possibly right there, but that looks like some kind of close up,
Okay.
not 100%.
All right, 22 GG? What are we looking at 22 GG?
Bathroom.
And in 23 GG? Do we see any defects within 23 GG?
Yes, above the block.
Right here?
Yes.
Next, 24 GG? That's a close up?
Close up, yes.
All right. 25? Do we see any defects?
Yes, in the mirror.
That right here?
Yes.
And then 26 GG? Close up.
Close up.
All right. 27 GG? Would those be considered defects as well?
Yes.
And 28 GG? Same?
Yes.
29, and I believe that's it. Thank you. And will all those defects be consistent with defects that come from gunfire?
Yes.
From the bedroom, where was the bedroom in relation to outside? Was it the front bedroom, the back bedroom, or something else?
It was the front bedroom.
And so would that be the bedroom that be facing the street?
Yes.
Once you had investigator Sanders process the scene, what, if anything, would you do next?
After probably while she was processing, or I can't recall if Sanders is male or female, I apologize. While processing, I would most likely walk them through the scene to advise what needs to be collected, what's evidence, what's not. Walk them through, also fill out, they have paperwork that we have to fill out as well. And that's what I'd be doing while they'd be processing.
Now, all the individuals who resided or who was at the home that day, do you know they lived at that location?
I can't recall if they definitely lived there, but they were there that night.
Were you able to get phone numbers and addresses for those individuals?
Can I check my report?
Yes.
Yes. Would you like me to go through?
No.
No.
Were you able to get that for each of those individuals?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And outside of the home having defects, were there any other defects to anything outside of the house?
Yes.
Okay. What else was damaged?
There was a vehicle that was in the driveway, I believe, that had damage.
What kind of vehicle was it?
From my report, a blue Chevrolet Illumina.
When you arrived on the scene, did you see anyone shooting by the time you got on the scene?
I did not.
Do you know how soon after you arrived to a scene that the incident number would be generated?
It would already be generated upon us getting the call.
On that evening, do you know if you responded to any other scenes that, well, you're responding officer, so you would have. Do you recall responding to an incident 150260124 at all that evening? The location? Did you ever have to respond to I-7585 at University that evening or that morning?
I don't recall. I wouldn't have responded in the morning because I worked evenings.
Did you ever have to, if you can recall, respond to Stanhope Drive on January 26, 2015?
I don't recall.
And again, this shooting was at 9:30 in the evening, correct?
Yes.
All right. Course indulgence for one moment. For confirmation, your report number was 15020262672.
Yes.
Is that fair? When in relation to your incident that you responded to, would incident number 150260124 occur
That would have been earlier in the day.
earlier in the day?
Yes.
When in relation to your incident, would 150262801 occur
That would have been after.
after? All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness?
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
No questions on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your time. You're excused. Is your next witness, how lengthy are they going to be?
It'll be a little longer.
How long?
Probably about 45 minutes
Do you want to eat lunch now or in an hour? Want to keep plugging for a little while? All right, let's have your next witness.
State calls Christie Pitts to stand.
Okay. Yes.
Christie, Kristi, Pitts, Pitts.
Good morning. I heard you spell your name. Has your name changed in any time recently?
It has.
Okay, what did your name used to be?
Christy Sanders.
Okay, and when did it become Pitts?
I was born a Pitts. I went back to my maiden name.
Okay, all right. And was it Sanders in or around or about 2015?
Yes.
Are you employed?
Yes.
What do you currently do?
I'm a full-time professor at Purdue University Global.
And how long have you been working in that capacity?
I've been working at Purdue University for about 3.5 years. I've been teaching post-secondary education for over 10 years.
Okay. And what did you do, or what capacity did you work prior to beginning your teaching career?
I worked at Atlanta Police Department as a crime scene technician.
And what were your usual duties and responsibilities as a crime scene technician with the Atlanta? And when you say how long were you employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Maybe a little over 5 years.
Were you ever a sworn law enforcement officer with post certification?
Yes.
Were you sworn in post certified in your capacity as a crime scene technician?
Yes.
Okay. What year did your employment with the Atlanta Police Department begin?
2013.
All right, I want to turn your attention to the date of January 26, 2015. Do you recall working on Monday, January 26, 2015, Dr. Pitts?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you remember about working on that day?
I remember being dispatched out to a number of crime scenes that day.
Do you recall one of those crime scenes being 1007 Hill Street Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. And in what county is that location situated?
If I recall, it's in Fulton County.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is located at that address? Is it a house, a business, or?
I would actually have to take a look at my report if possible.
No problem. Now approaching the witness with what has been pre-marked, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 90 GG, and it has already been previously served to discovery.
Right.
It appears to be a house based off of my description in one of my photographs.
Okay. So can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you recall about being dispatched to that location in that call? Do you know what kind of call it was?
According to my crime scene report, it was an aggravated assault / battery.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you arrived to that location?
What did I observe?
Did you, what did you see? Did you see anything on the ground? Did you see any people? What did you see?
I would probably have to look at photographs to be able to determine that.
Okay. I am going to approach the witness with what has been pre-marked in State's Exhibits 30, golf through 85 golf. And when you've had a chance to look at those, I mean, let me ask you this question, Dr. Pitts. Have you previously had an opportunity to review those exhibits that have been placed before you before coming to court?
Yes.
And what are those exhibits that have been placed before you?
These are photographs that I have taken of this crime scene.
And I'm also going to put before you what has already been previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibits 1 golf, 2, 28 golf. And I'm going to put these over here so they can remain separate. Have those exhibits identified as State's Exhibits 30 golf, 2, 85 golf, do they fairly and accurately depict the location of 1007 Hill Street Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia, as you remember that crime scene to be on the day of January 26, 2015?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
They don't appear to be.
Your Honor, at this time, I now move to admit State's Exhibits 30 golf, 2, 85 golf into evidence and request permission to publish at the appropriate time.
They're admitted, May.
If you will take a moment to refresh your recollection using those photos about what you may or may have not seen and look back up at me when you have had such an opportunity to do so. All right, do you need me to restate the question or?
Absolutely, please.
Okay, all right. What, if anything, did you see upon arriving to the location of 1007 Hill Street Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia, on January 26, 2015?
Upon arrival, I remember seeing the first responding officer that was there. Did a quick briefing with that officer. And during that briefing, I did a preliminary walkthrough, and that's when I was able to locate shell casings that was at this particular crime scene.
Do you know who the initial responding officer or officer on the scene was?
According to my report, and I could be pronouncing this wrong, I think it's Ledesi.
How do you spell it?
It's Leduc.
Okay, all right. Is it fair to say that might be Leduc?
Hey, potato.
Okay, all right. And do you know who called you out to the scene? Was it Officer Leduc?
It's not. It's typically the 911 communication dispatcher.
When you arrived to that location, well, let me back up. Around or about what time did you get dispatched to that location, if you can recall?
According to the report, it was 21:33 hours.
And I'm not good with military time. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for my sake, what that time might be?
That time is 8:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
All right. And was the sun up or down at that time?
If we're going off based this time when it came in, based on the dates, we're in the winter season, I would say that it's dark.
Okay. All right. I'm not good with math, but how would you, if you said 21:30?
Maybe 9 p.m.
Okay, I just want to make sure I know. All right. So I want to ask you a little bit more about your arrival. So how do you determine where to start when processing your crime scene?
It's based off of training. You want to approach a crime scene in the most systematic manner possible. So before you even approach a crime scene, you should have a plan of action. And that's typically how I approach all of my crime scenes. I conduct a quick, brief walkthrough with that first responding officer or either the lead investigator that's there. Speak with them as we're walking through. I'm observing the scene. They're letting me know what they've already witnessed or uncovered. And then while I'm doing that, I'm thinking simultaneously how am I going to go ahead and process this crime scene.
And in the course of processing the crime scene, is this particular crime scene that you responded to given a case number at any point?
Yes, it is.
What is that case number associated with this crime scene?
The incident number for this one is 150-262-672.
All right. In the course of processing this crime scene that you responded to, did you stated earlier that you saw shell casings on the ground. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in seeing shell casings, did you collect those shell casings?
Yes.
Do you recall how many shell casings you collected on that day?
According to my crime scene report, it was 66 pieces of evidence.
And did you collect any live projectiles or live rounds, rather?
No, I collected 65 shell casings and 1 projectile.
And when you say a projectile, what do you mean by that, Dr. Fitz?
So a projectile is a piece that comes off of a shell casing or a live round that has been fired. So it can be a piece of metal that's off of that.
And prior to collecting the said evidence that you obtained on that evening, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you do before removing it from the premises?
You want to photograph the crime scene in its totality. And then from there, you must photograph each individual piece of evidence. So in this instance, I collected 65 shell casings. I took 65 individual photographs of those shell casings, and overall, a mid-range and a close-up of each and every piece of evidence.
And after you take those photographs, well, let me ask you a different question. How do you distinguish shell casings one from another on the scene when you're taking pictures?
Based on the initial walkthrough that I conduct with that first responding officer, or either that lead investigator, we typically discuss, did you determine what was the entryway into this crime scene? And from there, that's how I methodically place the evidence markers on those shell casings.
With the evidence markers, are those included in the crime scene photos that you take?
Yes.
Okay. And after taking your photos of the crime scene, what, if anything, do you do with the shell casings?
I collect them.
Did you take them put them in your pocket? Did you put them in a backpack? How did you transport them or collect them?
So they are not put in my pocket. That would be extremely unethical. They are individually collected and placed into a small manila envelope, meaning a little bullet bag, and they are numbered based off of the evidence markers. They are given their approximate time based on when I collect each and every piece of evidence. On that evidence bag or that bullet bag, I also clearly specify where in the crime scene they were collected at.
And do you also, on that evidence bag, include the case number associated with the crime scene?
Yes.
I should say incident. I am now going to publish a select set, Your Honor, of crime scene photos that have been previously admitted, subject to the court's rulings, starting with right. Dr. Pitts, you can utilize the screen in front of you to track with the presentation of evidence. Excuse me. Now showing you what has been previously admitted in State's Exhibit 30 Golf. Dr. Pitts, are those little yellow things on the ground the placards that you were describing earlier?
Yes.
And with those little placards that are on this photo, be next to the shell casings that you saw outside of the residence?
Yes.
And are those the same shell casings that you described as collecting from the crime scene and putting into small bullet bags or small bullet bags?
Yes.
Now transitioning to the next State's Exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 31 Golf. Is this a different angle of additional shell casings that you took photos of on that same street?
It appears to be from a different angle of those same shell casings.
Transitioning now to State's Exhibit 32 Golf. All right. Is this a different also angle of the street that contains some of the shell casings, as you remember?
Yes.
And that moisture on the street, was that there prior to your arrival, or do you remember that to be something that came as a result of the gun shots that rang out at the crime scene, if you recall?
That was there prior to my arrival.
Okay. Now showing you what has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit, the next State's Exhibit, which is 33 Golf. Is what? Do you recall this particular residence at the crime scene?
Yes.
And what do you know this residence to be?
A house.
Okay. Is that where the incident, is that the residence that is listed in? Is that the residence that is listed in your crime scene record with the address?
Yes.
Now turning to the next State's Exhibit. This exhibit here showing evidence marker 1, which is State's Exhibit 34 Golf. Is this next to one of the shell casings that you collected?
Yes.
And is that one such shell casing that you also included in your report?
Yes.
Okay, turning to the next state's exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 35 Golf. Is this another such shell casing that you recovered?
Yes.
All right, next exhibit. What about this exhibit, 36 Golf?
This is another shell casing.
30, turning to the next exhibit with evidence marker 4. Is this another shell casing that you recovered?
Yes.
And do you recall or have any independent recollection of the caliber of the shell casings by any chance that you recovered that day?
Not listed on my crime scene report, however, in my personal notes, yes.
Would that help refresh your recollection?
My personal notes, yes.
Ma'am.
I can,
Yes. Oh, well, they're not with you? Oh,
they are with, well, they're in the courtroom.
We'll hold tight on that. Okay.
Yes.
I'll transition to the next state's exhibit. And, State's Exhibit 38 Golf. Did you collect this shell casing?
Yes.
Next exhibit. Evidence placard 6, which is on State's Exhibit 39 Golf. Is this another such separate shell casing from the one in the last photo?
Yes.
And did you collect this one?
Yes.
And would you have included this shell casing in your crime scene record?
Yes.
All right, turning to State's Exhibit 40 Golf. What about this shell casing depicted in State's 40 Golf? Did you collect this?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, cumulative.
These are separate photos, Judge. They're not the same.
Overruled.
All right, you can answer the question.
Yes.
Right, you may turn to the next state's exhibit, please. State's Exhibit 41 Golf. As to evidence marker 8, is this another shell casing that you recovered on that evening?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 42 Golf.
Let me ask you this. I don't know if you were in here when Mr. Atkins was handling one of the other crime scene techs, and we had sort of a overview. Is there any way you could do it that way and just ask a broader question?
Yes, I will do just
Thank
as the court has asked. Turning to, if I may, Your Honor, ignoring it myself. Just a brief indulgence. I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 30 Golf. Does the State's exhibit that is published on the screen just about encapsulate all of the shell casings that you recovered from outside of the address of 1007 Hill Street Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, it appears to be.
I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 2GG. All right. The address that you listed on your report is 1007, correct, Hill Street?
1007 Hill Street, Southeast, yes.
Is this picture depict the correct address of the home to which you responded on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
All right. Do you know from your crime scene record or independent recollection how many different types of shell casings were recovered from the crime scene?
From my crime scene report that I'm presently looking at, no, but from my personal notes from this crime scene, yes.
want to turn your attention to the state's exhibit that has been identified as State's Exhibit 90 Golf. What is, earlier was used to refresh your recollection, but what is that, in fact, before?
This is a crime scene record or a crime scene report.
And why are such documents, well, how do you know what it is?
I was trained on this. This is how I document each and every crime scene that I'm dispatched out to and each and every crime scene that I process.
And is that particular crime scene record one that was drafted by yourself?
Yes,
Okay. And is that crime scene record made at or near the time that you have would have performed your duties as a crime scene technician?
give or take maybe a day or two.
And would the evidence that was depicted in the photos that were published a few moments ago be included in that document?
Yes,
And would you also include any other such things that you would have, actions you would have taken that evening or thereabouts for reference purposes in that same document?
yes,
Your Honor, at this time, and is that document in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you last had the opportunity to review it?
yes.
Your Honor, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibit 90 golf off of that.
All right, that's admitted.
All right. Do you remember, or are you able to say now, how many types of shell casings you recovered from State's exhibits from the location of 1007 Hill Street Southeast?
If I was given the opportunity to review the notes that I've brought with me today, yes.
Your Honor,
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
may I see clarification? Is,
Your Honor, when you had up speaking, testimony in your approach, it's going to be commentary.
I'm
I
not,
don't know. I can't tell what you're saying.
Can we, I don't want to put anything in front of the jury unless it's objection. Can we approach this?
I'm wondering the notes. Are we speaking of her report or are there separate notes?
Sounds like they're notes separate from the report. Is that correct?
That
Yes.
would be my understanding.
Yes, Your Honor.
Could the defense be provided a copy of those notes?
Do y'all have the notes?
I brought,
They are with the witness. We would have to take a moment to, they're independent, but we can't get those.
Well, we
Okay.
don't have them. We'd like to see them, please.
Okay, I don't, have y'all seen them before? Nobody's seen them before. They've been with the witness. So, is the question just going to be to refresh her recollection?
It really would be, that's the only point for those notes now that she's mentioned.
All right. I
But,
mean, y'all certainly can look at them when, if and when y'all cross-examine her. I think at this point, she's just going to look at them to refresh recollection. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I want to transition to,
So is she not going to look at them and refresh her
yes, they're
recollection?
currently in, are they in?
no, they're here in my briefcase.
Just a brief note.
Thank you. So the listing of shell casings that breaks it down based off of the caliber, it's for a different incident date, but not for this particular address.
All right, excuse me. So I'm gonna transition, to, the next set of questions. And I wanna ask you, based on State's Exhibit, which we're gonna get up for you, State's Exhibit 52, golf, with the assistance of Ms. Knight. It should be coming up before you on the screen too, if you want. Okay. Based on the exhibit that's before you on the laptop, which is State's Exhibit 52, golf, are you able to, based on your training and experience, say that there are at least two different types of shell casings that were recovered from?
Sustained.
How many shell casing types were recovered from the crime scene based on State's Exhibit 52 golf ball?
Based on this photograph, it appears to be 2.
Are you able to say just based on this at least 2?
Overruled.
At least 2 based off of this photograph would be fair to say.
Now I'm going to transition your attention to the date of January the 28th, 2015, which would have been a Wednesday. Do you recall working on that day, Dr. Pitts?
January the 28th, 2015, yes.
What do you recall working about on? What do you recall about working on that?
I would need to either look at my notes or my crime scene report.
I am now going to reverse the witness, which with what has already been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 123, Charlie. And I have now handed the witness that exhibit. And after you've had a chance to review it, please look up at me and we'll continue asking questions. Has your memory been refreshed?
I would say that's a fair assessment.
Okay, all right. So Dr. Pitts, what do you recall about working on Wednesday, January 28th, 2015?
I recall being called out to a damage to property at 2905 Springdale Road, Southwest.
And in what county is that address located to your recollection?
Fulton County.
Okay. And based on your report, can you, or do you recall, let me ask, if that was a home or some other type of structure?
Based off of my narrative, it appears to be, not appears to be, it is an apartment.
And did you in fact actually go out to that location?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe upon arrival?
I would have to see the photographs.
I am now approaching you with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 1, Charlie, to 122, Charlie, and they have also been shared in the discovery process already. And I want to ask you preliminarily, Dr. Pitts, have you had the opportunity to view State's Exhibits 1, Charlie, and through 122, Charlie, prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes,
And how do you know what those are?
these are my photographs.
Okay. And do those exhibits that are in front of you now, that have been previously identified, fairly and accurately depict the area that you responded to on January 28th, 2015?
Yes,
And Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit said identified exhibits into evidence and publish with your permission.
You know, I'm sorry, may I have some clarification? Is the state referring to 1CC or 1CCC?
One
Triple C, right?
yes, Your Honor.
Triple C, I think he said it one time as just a double C, but it's triple C. Any objection? Those are admitted without, or is there objection?
No. Your Honor, these have been previously provided in discovery for this exact reason as the court is instructed, and I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm not sure if you understood my instruction yesterday, but it's okay.
But there are 3 separate PowerPoints that we gave, so we gave.
I am not, and I don't think they're questioning that they have seen them before. They just don't know what's what, because when they saw it before, apparently it wasn't numbered as, you know, a specific exhibit number, or it had a different exhibit number. So they need to know what they're looking at, basically.
Your Honor, so what they have is what's being published, so we consolidated everything's been admitted, has been turned over, they should have, but what they have in this PowerPoint are the ones we're going to admit, which is a smaller number than what the full amount of pictures are. So we're only publishing.
Okay, so have they been renumbered?
Yes.
Is the question.
Yes.
Okay, which makes it difficult for them to know what to look at, because
They have not.
15 CCC might be something different now.
They haven't. You just.
The exhibit number, Your Honor, is one, but on the actual way in which they are presented for the publication.
Okay, so that's why they're asking for either some clarification. But if y'all follow my instruction from earlier today and just get together in the morning before we start and look at everything, then we shouldn't have this problem tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we didn't know that we were gonna get.
I'm not blaming anybody. It just,
You're right, if we can clarify this, I think that we just. It's
just give them a chance to look at them for a second.
They can take the full stack. What they have is only what's being published, so that's what. Right,
The numbers are not.
That full stack number.
Number 20 CC.
Can I see those?
Sure.
Is this the whole? We gotta pull out which ones.
This step to admit
122 of them, and I do not expect 122 of them to be published or anywhere near that.
Correct, and these are all the pictures that were in the witness folder that we went over a few weeks ago, so that's what we're saying is that.
no one's denying.
So.
They're just trying to figure out what's what.
All right, Your Honor, are the question remains, what state's waiting on you?
Okay, so it doesn't sound like there's any objection, so admitted without objection.
Okay.
And you may publish a select
Yes.
number of
that's
them.
The actual petition. Okay. Dr. Pitts, earlier you stated that you would need to refresh with your photos. If you have an opportunity to look through them, if you need to look through them, to see what you recall about what you saw when you arrived.
As I previously stated, based off of my crime scene report, I was dispatched out to a damage to property. Looking through these photographs, I have seen these briefly before. It does appear to be shell casings that were documented or photographed at this scene, as well as a vehicle, apartments, outside and inside, as well as defects inside of some of the apartment units.
And do you recall who was the on-scene investigator upon your arrival, if any?
According to my crime scene report, I was working with or speaking with Collins.
And what was the actual address of the location to which you were dispatched?
2905 Springdale Road, Southwest,
And in what county is that address situated?
Fulton County.
And do you remember whether it was daytime or nighttime when you responded to that crime scene?
Based off of the time that the call was received and the time that the call was answered, it was the early morning of January 28th, 2015.
Do you have a round or about the time that you may have went? to that location?
So this call was received at 1:01 a.m. It appears that I responded at 2:07 a.m.
Did you collect any evidence from this crime scene after you arrived?
Based off of my crime scene report, I collected 22 pieces of evidence, 17 shell casings, and 5 projectiles were collected from this crime scene.
And do you recall, based on your report, or do you recall off your independent recollection, which caliber they may have been?
Let me see if this was. Yes, based off of my notes, I collected a 9mm Luger. That was eight 9mm Luger shell casings were collected. I also collected 40 Smith & Wesson RP, and it appears to be 7 of those shell casings that were collected. I also collected a PMC 9mm Luger. It appears to be 1 of those were collected. No, I stand corrected, sorry. 5 of those. There was also a Hornady 9mm Luger that was collected, a Blazer 9mm Luger that was collected. And those were all as it relates to the shell casings. The rest were projectile pieces.
All right. And is there a case number associated with this particular call that you went out to, or an incident number associated with it that you responded to at the 2905 Springdale Road, Southwest Atlanta?
Yes.
Location? What is that case or incident number?
150-280-046.
And after you collected that evidence, did you handle that evidence in the same manner as you did in the prior APD case or incident number?
Prior to collecting any pieces of evidence, including these shell casings and projectiles, photographs are taken of the entire scene, and then individually of each and every shell casing before any collection is done.
I want to publish select photos for on the screen for you, and if you give it a brief moment, it will come up. And it is now showing, the screen is now showing State's Exhibit 1, Triple C. Utilizing States 1, Triple C, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we are looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the shell casings and the parking lot area of this apartment complex based on my arrival.
And now turning to the next State's Exhibit, which is 5, Triple C. Is this another evidence, thank you, another evidence placard associated with one of the shell casings that you collected?
Yes,
And would there have been multiple placards of this type for the shell casings that were outside?
yes.
All right. Turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 22, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, why would you have taken a photograph of this vehicle?
If I'm not mistaken, based on what I briefly recall, this car may have had some damage. Anytime a vehicle has been damaged or a part of a crime scene, you are to photograph the vehicle, all sides, all 4 sides. And that's what this photograph is showing, the backside of this vehicle.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 24, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Is this another angle of that view, of that same vehicle?
This appears to be the passenger side of that vehicle.
And do you see from this view any defects to this vehicle? On this side of the vehicle?
Not based on this photograph, no.
Next State's Exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 25, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. What about this exhibit?
It appears to be some type of defect on the driver's side, but I would have to have that photograph zoomed in
You can enlarge that.
for an exact.
Yep. All right. Utilizing the zoom feature, are you now able to see any such defects to this vehicle on this State's Exhibit?
Yes,
And where do you see that defect?
on the driver side back window.
All right. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 29, Charlie, Charlie. And do you see any defects in this photo here?
No.
Okay. We are now publishing for your viewing State's Exhibit 30, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, why would you have taken a picture of the front entrance of this apartment unit?
Anytime you're photographing a crime scene, you're supposed to tell a story. And this is another photograph of me showing or telling a story through photography.
Next State's Exhibit. 32, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie is published. And do you see any bullet defects here?
Yes,
How many?
it appears to be 1.
And are you ever able to recover any such projectiles that may have entered the home at such range or from distance?
If a defect was in this building on the outside, no, we typically don't have a ladder that we would climb up for that. But if it penetrated through and it was now inside of that apartment unit, yes, I would cut the wall out and retrieve it with tweezers.
Showing you State's Exhibit 34, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Do you see a bullet defect here in this exhibit?
Could you zoom in for me?
Yes.
Yes, it does appear to be a defect in the wall.
Showing you State's Exhibit 36, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And I'm going to zoom in. Do you see in this room, separate from the last exhibit, a bullet defect?
Yes.
Turning to the next state's exhibit. And being published now in State's Exhibit 39, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Is this a separate unit from the first unit that you took pictures at featured in this particular State's Exhibit?
Yes.
And was this unit impacted by the gunfire that led to defects that may be there present?
Yes.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 40, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Okay. Featured in this photo, do you see any such defects as you were talking about on this unit?
Are we able to zoom in some? It does appear to be a defect on the outside.
Right. Turn your attention to bless me, the State's Exhibit 42, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And if we can go and enlarge. Dr. Pitts, why was this photo of any significance to you?
It appears to be maybe some type of defect.
Okay. If you could utilize the cursor to just beneath, thank you, just go a little lower, right there. Do you see a defect there?
Are we able to zoom in some?
I think that's as far as it goes, Dr. Pitts.
I wouldn't be able to accurately say that that's a defect.
We'll turn to the next State's Exhibit, which is 44, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, before you is State's Exhibit 44, Triple C. Why is there evidence placard on the inside of the house as opposed to the outside?
Because at this point, I am working my way indoors. And this appears to be the first piece of evidence upon entering this apartment unit.
Okay, if we could zoom in, Ms. Knight. And from that angle or vantage point, are you able to tell what that evidence may have been?
I can refer to my crime scene report. It appears to be a projectile piece.
And now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 46, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. All right. And is this a different defect from the others that we have observed in Unit 2?
That we observed in Unit 1, because I think we've just entered into Unit 2.
Yes, so within Unit 2, is this a separate defect from any others?
Yes.
And now turning your attention to the next State's Exhibit. All right. Utilizing State's Exhibit, this appears to be 48, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Do you see any defects in this particular photo?
Yes.
Okay, and is that also another such defect inside of Unit 2, Apartment 2?
Yes, it appears to be.
Turning your attention to next State's Exhibit. We're just about done. State's Exhibit 50, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. If we could zoom in, do you see anything by the light switch in this photo?
Yes.
What do you see by the light switch?
It appears to be a defect in the wall.
Turning your attention now to the next State's Exhibit, which is 55, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Do you see any defects here on this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Next exhibit, please. 57. And in this photo, do you see any such defects within this closet area depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 59, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, now that it has been enlarged, are you able to see another defect in the same unit on this photo?
Yes.
Turn your attention now to State's Exhibit 61, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. In the same unit, and if you can enlarge, Ms. Knight, thank you. Do you see any bullet defects here, with this exhibit on the screen? And if you're not able to, you can always utilize the hard copies.
What was the number of this photograph?
This is States Exhibit 61, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Thank you. That didn't help either. It appears to be.
Okay, all right. And now direct your attention to the next set in photo. This set 63, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And utilizing this photo, do you see another bullet defect here in this apartment unit?
Yes.
And about, well, I'll ask that similar question. Turn your attention to States Exhibit 66, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Okay. Is this a separate unit from the prior two that you have taken pictures in?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see any bullet defects on this photo pertaining to Unit 3?
Yes.
Turn your attention to 67, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, do you see any bullet defects in this photograph? And if yes.
Yes, it does appear to be.
And to the top right where the cursor is now pointed, do you see any more bullet defects?
Yes.
And how many do you see?
I see 3.
And in total on this exhibit, how many do you see?
I want to say 4.
Okay.
It could be on other parts.
Would utilizing the hard copy of that exhibit in front of you, make you confirm that?
What was the number
That's
again?
State's Exhibit 70, Charlie, Charlie. Excuse me, my apologies, that was 67, Charlie, Charlie.
67. I can't accurately say, and the reason that I state that if you scroll down, it's 2 others, and I can't say if those are defects or not, so I don't want to
Okay.
misstate.
I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 70, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And utilizing this exhibit, Dr. Pitts, are you able to see any bullet defects that would have led you to take this photo of this part of the home?
Yes.
Right. Where do you see that up there about?
I see one that's right under the window.
Turning your attention now to 71, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. All right. From what view of this unit are we looking at the door in States Charlie, 71, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie?
It appears to be that I'm now inside of the unit and the front entry door is closed.
Okay, and if we could zoom in a little bit on the door tonight. Do you see the bullet defect that you took a notice of outside of the door when you took this photo?
Yes.
Turning your attention to 73, Triple C. Dr. Pitts, are there any good bullet defects in this photo which would have led you to take it?
Yes, it appears to be one.
It's not, if you could put the cursor, do you see where the cursor is?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a bullet defect to you?
Yes.
Publishing States Exhibit 75, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And in this photograph, where does it appear that you are now when you took it?
Maybe in another room of this apartment unit.
Is that a bed? Does that look like a bed to the left of the photograph?
I can't accurately state that if that's a bed.
It's not, if you can zoom in on the wall. Is that okay? Utilizing this photo where the cursor is, if you can't see it through this photo, you can always refer to the hard copy in front of you. Do you see what appears to be a bullet defect?
Yes.
76, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And if we, as far as you can, there we go. Do you see any bullet defects in this photo, that you took further in the room?
Yes,
And, how many do you see with your eye?
I see 3.
Now, publishing states 77, triple C. And are you still in the same room that you were in when you took the first couple of photos?
Yes,
Okay, and, if we can zoom in just a bit, do you see additional bullet defect, an additional bullet defect in this one?
yes,
And, do you see? Yes, I was saying that to you, but
is it 76 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie?
it is 77 to you.
It appears to be 3.
Okay. All right. Now publishing 79, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And do you see any bullet defects in this portion of the photograph that you took for this case?
Yes,
How many do you see?
2.
Now publishing states exhibit 81, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And Dr. Pitts, do you see a bullet defect there?
Yes,
And is that window in the same room that you were in with the last photo that you took? To your recollection?
it appears to be yes.
All right, publishing 82, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, why would an evidence placard now be in this portion of the house of Unit 3?
Because the projectile piece was actually recovered from that wall.
And do you see a defect that may have come from that projectile piece?
Yes,
Where do you see it?
on the wall next to the placard.
Publishing states exhibit 85, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, do you see any defects to this piece of furniture featured in this photo?
Yes, it appears to
And
be.
is it fair to say that that is a headboard in which that defect is located?
I can't speculate. I would have to zoom out.
Showing you states exhibit 86, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, what is on the floor near that placard?
That's a projectile piece.
Showing you now states exhibit 88, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. As to this evidence placard, we're gonna forego that, we're gonna go to the next exhibit. 90, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, in the corner of this photograph, is there yet another bullet defect to your ability to see?
Yes,
And now publishing 92, triple C. In the same room, do you see another bullet defect separate from the others that you identified?
yes,
Publishing United States Exhibit 93, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, what's here in this photo?
this is a photograph of a projectile piece.
Publishing 95, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And Dr. Pitts, do you see a bullet defect in this photograph?
Yes,
And is it where about the cursor is located on the screen?
yes,
Now publishing the next state's exhibit, which appears to be state's exhibit 100. But let's confirm, just a brief moment. Okay, it's 98.
This is not
Yes,
that.
yes, State's Exhibit 98, Charlie, 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 which is on the screen.
Is it 99 CCC?
No, it's 98 on the screen. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Okay.
And Dr. Pitts, why did you put an evidence placard here on the floor right in this photograph?
This is a photograph of a projectile piece.
Okay, and utilizing the cursor, Ms. 19, you hover over what that object appears to be? Do you see a projectile where the cursor is located?
Yes, it appears to be.
Now posting the next state's exhibit 101, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Excuse me. Dr. Pitts, what led you to take a photo here of this part of the room? Do you see any defects?
Are we able to zoom in some?
Yes.
Maybe to the corner going up? Is that the closest we can get?
It's the closest thing.
And what was the number of that?
That is state's exhibit 101, Charlie, Charlie. And if not, I can put the next exhibit up.
Can we put the next, because this is kind of out of sequence? Thank you.
Actually, we're gonna transition to state's exhibit 106, Charlie, Charlie. And, you can still refer to that.
That's not in order, so I'll stick to this.
All right. Is this a separate unit from the first three that you took pictures of?
Yes,
All right. And, was this unit also affected by the gunfire that occurred on that evening?
yes,
Now publishing states exhibit 108, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, what drew you to take a picture of this portion above the unit 4?
it appears to be damage to the window and possible defects in this building.
Publishing states the next exhibit. 109, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And zooming further in, do you see any other additional defects here in this exhibit that you didn't see in the last?
Yes, it appears to be a defect to the right side of the window on the brick.
Publishing states 110, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Is there damage or defects to this window in this photograph?
The lower part, yes.
Publishing states exhibit 112, triple C. All right, zooming in, yep. Dr. Pitts, do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes,
And how many do you see with your eye?
it appears to be 5 or 6 if we're looking at the top right corner of the page or the photograph.
The cursor is located.
Correct.
And now publishing states exhibit 115, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Does this appear to you to be the interior angle of the exterior damage to the window that you were describing earlier?
Yes.
And Dr. Pitts, did you create a crime scene record for this particular incident?
Yes.
And do you recognize the crime scene record in this case, identified as states exhibit 123, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the crime scene report that I generated.
Okay. And does that crime scene report fairly and accurately, does that crime scene report or record, is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you authored it?
It appears to be, but I'm sure it's not the exact original.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit states exhibit 123, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
All right, it's submitted.
Dr. Pitts, I want to turn your attention to the final case number here. Do you recall working on Tuesday, April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And do you recall being called out to the location of 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway?
Yes,
And in what county, to your knowledge, is that location situated?
it's on the other end of Hollowell, Fulton.
Okay. And do you recall what is located at that address?
Based on the photographs that I have been briefed on, it appears to be at a club.
I am now approaching you with what has been previously labeled as State's Exhibits 2, Juliet through State's Exhibit 91, Juliet. If defense would like to take a peek, you may, otherwise I'll approach. It's already been served.
Thank you.
I have now had the witness State's Exhibits 2, Juliet to 91, Juliet. And what have I handed you, Dr. Pitts?
A stack of photographs.
Do you recognize those photographs? I should say, have you had an opportunity prior to coming to court today to review those?
Yes,
All right. And do those photographs that you have in front of you that have been previously identified fairly depict the area of 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway, Atlanta, Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, as it was on the day that you responded to that crime scene location on April 28th, 2015.
yes,
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibit 1, now moves to admit State's Exhibits 2, Juliet to 91, Juliet.
Those are admitted.
92, Juliet, excuse me.
92 through 92.
Yes, that's
All
right.
right,
2 through 92.
they're admitted.
Okay, all right. I'm also going to approach you with what has already been marked as State's Exhibits, Exhibit 93, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, I will ask you, do you know what that is?
yes.
And have you had a chance to, what is it?
It's a crime scene report or
And
record.
Does it pertain to the address of 22517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes,
And does it pertain to, what incident number to which does it pertain to?
151180288.
And does that crime scene record is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you authored it?
Yes,
Your Honor, I now move to admit State's Exhibit 93, Juliet into evidence.
Admitted.
What was the basis for the call that you were dispatched to at that location on April 28th, 2015?
I was dispatched out to a damage to private property.
And when you arrived to the location, what did you see, if anything?
Based off of my photographs, I saw damaged vehicles, some shell casings.
And do you know who the on-scene investigator was or a responding officer?
Based off of my report, it was Sutton.
All right, I hate to do this, but I'm going to interrupt and have us break for lunch because it's been past the 45 minutes anticipated and we're at 1 p.m. now. So I'm sure people are getting hungry. So we'll pick up with this witness after the lunch break. And we'll break until 2:15.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We'll see you back at 2:15.
So
All right.
I guess we'll go check
Sure, Ms.
AB or
We're going to get
chat and see what they got.
the dates of the witness list that these various
Ed
witnesses
Williams or AB
ever
for the
appeared
seventh
on.
hour.
Have y'all been able to provide that to the
Hope
defense?
everybody's doing well today.
I'll look as we're sitting here before I leave for lunch. Your Honor.
Okay, so I don't think you were in here yet, but somebody should have already been doing that. And in fact, y'all called a witness that we hadn't yet covered because you gave me one order that you were calling the witnesses in and then called them in a different order. Not that anybody from the defense objected, but there's Miss Love. Miss Love, the defense still needs the information on which witness list these recently re-added witnesses were on.
Okay, I had, earlier this morning, I had our paralegal looking at our first list that we sent out. So I'll go and get that information
Okay,
from her.
I mean, doesn't your paralegal email you
Yeah.
when they've got the information you need? Do you have to?
Yes, and
go
actually she did
physically
tell
over there?
no,
Okay.
no, I was just gonna step out and talk to her, but she already told me that, for instance, Kornbacher.
Yeah,
was
well,
a
he
na-
found Kornbacher, but anybody
as-
else?
Yes, there was another one.
All
There
right.
were, I think, at least 5 more that she found. I'll go and check.
Is she outside right now?
No, she's at the office. No, I stepped in because another matter came up. The court had asked me about Mr. Zachary, and I had the
Right.
person there to
Okay.
address that. So
Well,
that's the
maybe
reason I
somebody
stepped back
else
in.
could go get the information about the witnesses, or
I'll
if,
just
do
send
you
her-
have the ADA or investigator who got the information from the hospital?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's deal with that.
The ones that I-
So I guess we'll stay here for a little bit longer. They're still having court, so we'll stay here for a little bit longer.
Oh, come on forward. Yes, here he is. What's your name?
Hey, I'm just, if you were the person who was present for the doctor's conversation yesterday, I am wondering if the doctor said anything about whether stress would adversely impact Mr. Zachary to the extent that the doctor had concerns about, a rapidly deteriorating medical conditions. Okay, was it discussed? Okay. Okay, okay, and nothing about, he or she had no concerns about stress being able to? Okay. All right, thank you, appreciate your time. All right, Ms. Love, during this lunch break, please get that information to the defense. If you want to just email it to everybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull up the email. I think I
Okay,
saw it.
great.
So I'll
If you
pull
have it
that up.
right now, that's even better.
Okay. And Your Honor, what I was looking for was, what I'm gonna go get is the email that Mr. Steele sent us this morning at 7:30. I saw it this morning, so I'm gonna go and check those names and go ahead and see what names that we're looking for. And by that, I mean, he specifically
Right,
identified a chunk.
right, yes, at 7:30 this morning, so. Alrighty, well, Miss Love's leaving, so I'm not sure if Miss Love's coming back immediately or what's going on right now.
I was
'Cause-
just going to the room right outside to grab my computer. I wasn't leaving. I was just going to grab it. I mean, I could,
Y'all don't have the ability on your laptops to get your emails?
yes, my laptop is outside the courtroom right.
Okay, all right, well, just get the information to the defense. Okay, so we're gonna take our lunch break. All right.
So, and he ends up like coughing twice. Yeah, I don't know. Let me just refresh the stream and then we'll go back because clearly it's not being a fan of me right now.
I'm gonna go and check the
YouTube.
And Your Honor, what I was looking for was, what I'm gonna go get is the email that Mr. Steele sent us this morning at 7:30. I saw it this morning, so I'm gonna go and check those names and go ahead and see what names that we're looking for. And by that, I
The
mean,
Steele
he
mail.
specifically
Right,
identified a chunk.
right, yes, at 7:30 this morning, so. Alrighty, well, Miss Love's leaving, so I'm not sure if Miss Love's coming back immediately or what's going on right now.
I was
'Cause-
just going to the room right outside to grab my computer. I wasn't leaving. I was just going to grab it. I mean, I could,
Y'all don't have the ability on your laptops to get your emails?
yes, my laptop is outside the courtroom right.
Okay, all right, well, just get the information to the defense. Okay, so we're gonna take our lunch break.
And see, this is a
Alright.
fair point. She chuckled, but she was texting too. So maybe it was a poorly timed chuckle at something that was on her screen. But holy moly. And the reason it's a big deal is because she'll go around accusing the defense, Brian Steele and Melnick, of giving body language, and Munktuk going like this under his nose at the jury. So cool, we get to do the same to you. We get to do the same to you. And then let's see. She's kind of moving around a bit. Are we coming back when the emails come back in? And show some love for Mocha Isme. Mocha Isme does some great rants on the YSL trial. She says, "What's up, gang? Been out sick? What I miss? I hope you're feeling better. That sucks. You missed a lot of crime scene techs and APD officers. Not the most fun testimony. And then we have a back and forth that the state is saying that the doctors are saying there really isn't a stress risk issue of Zachary coming to testify, and his attorney saying the opposite. So at the end of the day, if they put him on the stand and he doesn't look healthy, doesn't look well, that's going to be, in my opinion, for most jurors, I would assume that would elicit sympathy for the witness and not for the state. So if the state wants to put down more landmines for them to step in themselves, that seems to be their MO. But Mocha's me, I hope you're feeling better. Being sick definitely sucks. Other than that, you didn't really miss much. Rod Factor, thanks for the 20, says the state is under pressure. I think Casper Ghost is going to love your shirt and your profile picture. Always laugh when I see it. The state puts themselves under pressure anyway, let's be honest. Orlando says exhibit 1's sorry, fell asleep. Yeah, it's just boring, and I get why it's important, right? You got to show that somebody investigated this scene, somebody responded to an incident. This is why we end up having reports or the evidence that we collected, right? They're trying to make sure chain of custody is gravy. But at the same time, if they condense the questions down, it'd be easier for the jury to hear, like, okay, this was January this was January that, these are the addresses, and those things would start to stick more. And when we do get to a witness where we talk about how this is supposed to be tied to YSL and If Gang having a rivalry, and this is some retaliation shootout involving Donovan Thomas's murder, well, those details would be a bit more cohesive. But what do I remember from that hour? We looked at 30 different pictures of casings. I don't remember the house. I don't remember the time frame. It's a little bit stupid. It's a little bit stupid. So perfect example, exhibit 1 for falling asleep is hilarious. Thank you so much, Orlando. New Boo to You says she seems annoyed or over it. DA can interpret. Yeah, I think she was, I thought it was hilarious. She was giving some instruction on how to question. And also like kind of like move it along. And I think she was uncontroversial. Like, for her to kind of signal that, you should take that seriously, have some self-awareness, prosecutor. But they didn't really adjust. Thank you for the 2. Steph JK, thank you so much for the sweet words. I said rubber glue back to you in the chat. Hope you got to see it. But Steph says cat equals the gorgeous sunshine. We need to get through this. Thank you. Rubber glue back to you, Steph, and honestly, the whole chat. It is not really fun to get through this without having people to watch with. Miss AB says, Judge, how many times do I have to teach you how to do your job? Get it together, DA's office. It's the hot potato doing it. And it's always love. Like, love is always juggling between, I can't do this thing you asked me to because I'm busy. Well, can your team do it? Oh, well, let me get with my team because my team was doing it. Well, if your team was doing it, where's the stuff that they were doing? And it's just, the hot potato just never goes anywhere. It's so annoying. Thank you, Miss AB. And again, back to looking at those exhibits, at the end of the day, this is true too. It's a very troubling display of violence, so scary. And for one of the crime scenes, they said that nobody was home at the time, which that's a great thing, right? But at the same time, that would show that the person trying to do the shooting is just driving and shooting recklessly, like completely recklessly. Like, thankfully, nobody was there, but at the same time, it's like a reckless, very troubling display of violence. And then that one picture with the kid's shoe, it is just like, that sucked to see. The little girl's shoe. So, not fun to look at. And again, I always wonder, like, can this stuff really truly be tied to YSL? Was it YSL members that did it? Was it YSL members doing it in furtherance of gang activity? Or if it's none of the above, can the jury still think that because we've seen so many of these photos, especially with mentions of a 2-year-old child and then seeing a young kid's shoe, are we just going to think they're guilty because these pulled at our heartstrings a little bit and we're picturing violent people while looking at these 6 people in the room? Like, you know, showing those casings in that way, I get that it's evidence, but at the same time, seems a little bit like it could inflame the jury. You're showing the kid's shoe in the one picture. I thought that was a little bit weird. I'm sure they argued over it and the judge ruled that that picture could come in. But yeah. Yeah, so this is where when we were missing love earlier. MH Cassidy, you've been on point with your commentary today. Thank you for all your support. Love's out here bullying the doctor to drag Quindarius Zachary in today. I mean, what else? She said she was trying to sort out the Quindarius Zachary thing, and she was doing that the whole time that she was out of that chair. At least she didn't say she was doing something else besides that. So I wonder who exactly she's calling. Is she calling like him? Is she calling his family members? Is she just not really doing anything, but then just saying she's having trouble? That'll be interesting. I mean, do you guys think that maybe we'll get Quindarius Zachary this week? So, because Hilton put up a fuss that it wasn't really the 19th that he would be getting out, that he could get out sooner, which could be today. And Love seems like she's out there trying to make sure they have a witness for the rest of the afternoon after Christy Pitts gets off the stand. So who knows? Who knows? Thank you, MH Cassidy. And ST Satchel gifted another, just like the sprinkles, the sniping sprinkles. Thank you so much. Be Frank About It says, will the doctor be called to testify now? I don't know if they'll go that route. Honestly, like, I can kind of picture, if you're sitting there and you're just getting frustrated because they're not leaving you alone day after day after day, no matter how sick you feel, you might hit that moment where you're like, forget it, let's just get this over with. But then you've got a frustrated, disgruntled, sick, probably tired and exhausted witness agreeing to take the stand at the highest level of reluctance, just so you'll stop pestering and bugging them. So I would imagine, rather than someone getting up there and talking about my health, if they asked me if I wanted my doctor to go testify, I'd be like, I'll just get it over with, but I'm not going to be a cooperative, forthcoming witness. So we'll see. And yeah, that's the question too. So who's got it right? Who's got it wrong? Did someone lie? The defense attorney and the prosecutor, the state, still have different stories on what the doctor's characterization of Quindarius Zachary's current state of health is. So, and history shows me that the state is unreliable. They make up their own narratives. They take creative licensing with the things that they hear all the time. So should I put it past them to do it again? I don't know who the prosecutor that came in and spoke. It was a guy's voice that we heard. We didn't see him on screen. I don't have experience with him, but if I can't trust Hilton, if I can't trust Love, if I have questions about, the capability of the other two, even though we don't hear that much from them because Love and Hilton do most of the questioning, how can I trust anyone on the team? So that's kind of where I'm at with it. And either way, they're rushed to force the first witness ever to show up on time. Like, I think it's just going to backfire for them no matter what. So, Chloe Albert's Revenge says, excuse me, miss, can you examine this tail light? Oh no. Oh no. You know what? To be fair, she might be like, look, I can't speculate on that. And that would be an improvement. That would be an improvement in a Karen Reed case. Yeah, Casey Dog says they don't care. They already had a witness. Yep. ST Satchel, thanks for the one. No comment, just pure love. Thank you so much. Ike says, I think Whitaker, and I think you guys loved this in the chat. Ike had said, I think Whitaker is finally caught up in her reading and just now realizing there is nothing at the end of this rainbow. She's fed up and you can hear it in her voice. Yep. And you said this before what we just watched. You can still hear it again with the recent, what we just watched. You were spot on, Ike. This is hilarious too. Left Coast Mana said, I know this is late, but I'm still cracking up at Brown hustle stepping to get her Christy Pitts briefcase He did. He had some pep in that step. 100%. Thanks for the laugh, Left Coast Mana. Ooh, guys. Miss AB says, countdown to the judge totally flipping out. Oh boy. We can do some over-unders in the chat, you guys. MH Cassidy says, Mr. Brown, and this is a quote, Dr. Pitts, in your expert opinion, do you find me attractive? I thought you guys were just having fun for a little bit, but then at some point it did seem quite flirtatious. That was the vibe I got as well. Peter says, Love needs to go and learn from the feds how to handle a real RICO case, like Diddy's case. Love isn't a minor league compared to the feds. And I watched that over, and I'll link you guys to it. I really enjoyed over on Potentially Criminal, or Sean Martin. He did a reading of, what was it? The indictment and the letter from the defense attorneys stating, all the things that they were putting up to show in good faith. He's not planning to flee, and had really good explanations through and through. It was a great, great stream. So if you guys want to catch up on a full breakdown of the Diddy documents, linking that in the chat right now. Diddy with, well, let me reword that. I'll just say Potentially Criminal. Really, really good time, good stream. Even rewound to hear some of the things that were talked about. So that's linked in the chat there. But I agree, Peter, especially after seeing Potentially Criminal break it down. The indictment was clear as day. I know exactly what the storyline is. Like, I know what's going on. And with this YSL case, it's like, here's some counts and here's some social media posts. So like, where are we? Where are we? So, and unfortunately, that's a federal case. I don't think we'll be able to zoom in on it with a camera. I don't think it'll be televised unless they make some really weird exception that I've never seen them make. But at least the documents, we're seeing a different caliber there. And this is a good point I'm catching while I'm over in the chat here. Ashley says, I'm sure the doctor's documenting everything with this patient. Yep. And if I was the client, I might be willing to waive at least some of my records and produce them and be like, hello, look right here. This is where I was on Friday for this reason. Oh, wait, hold on, TRT, let me go out of order. Let me get back to the right order. So TRT had said this earlier, and I loved it when we had Breathy McBreatherton on the stand. I think it is an ASMR mic because we did hear a bunch of smacking from 2 other witnesses, too. So I think the other 2 just were leaned in a way that the mic was picking them up without the ASMR additives. But TRT earlier had said, Beta Romeo Echo Tango Hotel Echo. And we're missing the A, but this is for breathe. This was our breathe. Mark in Texas is starting to wonder if Paige is a drinker. Yeah, the chat made some jokes earlier. We got to do the grocery order with the Franzia box of wine. And I don't know if this is a Florida thing or if it's Gatorade or Gators, but there's apparently a thing where you take Gatorade and box wine and you make Gator wine. So, you could put it in a Gatorade bottle. Who's going to know? Who's going to know? And then TRT had the follow-up here. Where was it? Yeah, here. Just to make sure we got the joke with the Beta Romeo Echo Tango Hotel Echo. It spells breathe. We were missing the A, and I did get the joke. And it was in response to Crime Scene Tech breathing. All ASMR. Atkins saying Delta, Delta, Delta has been another time. Yeah. All those repeating letters, it'd be helpful if they were 1-syllable letters, for sure. I think, where was Chloe's? We did have a Peter Ortiz, Lima, 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 Delta, Delta, Delta. And then we had Chloe say Delta, 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 JetBlue, 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 Virgin, Virgin, Virgin. I feel like we're playing a road trip game. Just a mouthful. FFS says Fulton County wants to have a talk with me. I don't know what I did. AK says Love is trying to lay low. I think she's probably the worst person to send to try to get a witness to cooperate. Can you imagine if you got a phone call and it was Love trying to get you to do anything? Like, let it be anyone else making the phone ring. They'd probably have a better chance. Oh boy. Thank you, Whispers, for becoming a member. ST Satchel says, a loveless day, heaven. You spoke too soon there, unfortunately. But I feel you. Michelle Warden, this was earlier, had said good morning, cat and chat with the capital C. Thank you so much, Michelle Warden. And Chloe, another tie into the Karen Reed trial. The attorney knows more than the expert. Trooper Paul flashbacks. Guys, if you missed the Karen Reed trial, the state, the prosecutor, the Commonwealth, whatever, called an expert witness on like physics and crash reconstruction. I forget the specific category of expertise they were supposed to have. And the defense attorney on cross had to ask them, they're supposed to know physics, and basically had to ask them the difference between like speed, mass, velocity, acceleration. And the guy's response often was like stuff and things was the caliber of his response, this expert witness. So yeah. Although again, remember that the witnesses that we've seen today weren't expert witnesses. They were fact witnesses. They responded to the scene, they collected evidence, and they were there just to say what they collected, saw, or when the incident was. So slightly different there, but also a hilarious throwback to the Karen Reed trial. If you guys want to watch a struggle bus prosecution, I'd say that's a good one to revisit. And then TRT says, this is all because the judge interpreted contemporaneity to include 20 minutes after an initial statement to be a present sense impression. Well, we didn't really get any hearsay. Well, not hearsay. We didn't really get much reports on who was there, who said what. A lot of this was focused on the dates, the places, and what was at the scene. So a car that had defects, the house had defects, there were casings in the road. So a little bit different, but that was annoying yesterday when the one officer or detective or whatever was in the courtroom while the judge and the state are discussing the supposed time frame that a present sense impression should be occurring within. And then they're like, oh gosh, the witness is in here. Get him out. And he comes back in and he says, it was 15 to 20 minutes. Like, just a mess. Just a total mess. Carrie Ray says, I hope Love got that court order for DA office to talk to his doctor, but I really look forward to them showing more corruption. And I'm waiting to see. The defense, I think, should have some of that stuff on hand before the end of the day, and maybe when they dismiss the jury, or I guess if they somehow end up trying to call Quindarius Zachary today, I wonder if we'll get some commentary, some questioning somehow, some way from the defense that pokes holes at whatever was in that affidavit. So I absolutely am with you. I cannot wait to see it. Thank you, Ella M, for becoming a member. And I do want to, before we get too far, I do want to make sure we get this brief read. We've got to look at this brief. So as usual, let's drop the link in case you guys want to read on your own. This is the state's bench brief, and this is talking about how overt acts can include stuff that happened after the fact, but it should still be part of the transaction of any of the things indicted in the indictment. And switch it over to the printer view. Make it big. And I always love the timestamps. So this was sent at 10:33 p.m. State's bench brief regarding overt acts. The nature and purpose of the overt act requirement. At common law, it was not necessary to aver or prove an overt act, and many federal conspiracy statutes do not require an overt act. So we're citing here Fiswick v. United States, Bannon v. United States, and then footnote 2 is code here relating to bribery and sporting contests, conspiracy to defraud the government with respect to claims, seditious conspiracy, advocating overthrow of government, conspiracy to commit certain offenses involving controlled substances, conspiracy to commit offenses involving import and export of controlled substances, And then it says, indeed, federal RICO's conspiracy provision does not require an overt act. Some state and federal conspiracy statutes, however, contain an overt act requirement, and Georgia's RICO conspiracy provision is one of them. And then they cite OCGA 16-14-4C1 and say arguments that an overt act is required to keep conspiracy offense from punishing criminal thoughts have been rejected because the criminal agreement itself is the actus reus and has been so viewed for over 3 centuries. And they're citing a 1994 case, United States v. Shabani, not the yogurt. Not the yogurt company. Let me move this so I'm not blocking things. Put myself back over down there. An overt act can be committed by any conspirator. There is no requirement that each conspirator commit an overt act, only that one of them does so. And they're citing the OCGA. Arguments to the contrary misapprehend the nature of conspiracy and the role of the overt act requirement. So they're citing here Pasha v. State. Furthermore, while Pasha argues that he was not adequately charged with the predicate offenses, he misapprehends what is central to conspiracy, namely that each actor in a conspiracy is responsible for the overt actions undertaken by all the other co-conspirators in furtherance of the conspiracy. And they put a footnote here. An overt act by any one co-conspirator is sufficient to establish liability because, quote, it is well settled that when individuals associate themselves in an unlawful enterprise, any act done in pursuance of the conspiracy by one or more of the conspirators is in legal contemplation the act of all. And that is Akintoy v. State from 2007. Then they go, then they say thus, and they're going to reference something from Whaley v. State. If 2 or more persons enter into a conspiracy, any act done by any of them pursuant to the agreement is, in contemplation of law, the act of each of them, and they are jointly responsible therefore. This means that everything said, written, or done by any of the co-conspirators in execution or furtherance of the common purpose is deemed to have been said, done, or written by each of them. Now, this is a great time to add this context of why we're here, right? A big part of this is Rodalius Ryan and his attorneys, Angela DeWilliams and Leah Abbasi. They want to fight the admission of, I think it was 2022, where it seems like their theory of what happens is Rodalius Ryan's in his jail cell, he's in custody, and someone starts a fight with him. There's a fight that breaks out. It may have been over commissary. Someone may have had a shank. There's all these different details. Now, what would be the problem if someone starts a fight with you? It breaks out into a physical fight. Someone has a shank. You know, is that really planned? Do you really plan for something like that to happen? So if it's something that is a heat of the moment that just broke out, how could it ever have been a conspiracy agreed upon between people, Rodalius Ryan and someone else that is not in that cell with him at that moment in time, if it happened in the moment? So Leah Abbasi and Angela DeWilliams have been arguing like, you're trying to couch certain things in this way. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. So let's go on and see. Unless this isn't in response to that. Maybe this is in response to Steele's argument. So maybe we'll see. This joint responsibility exists because a conspiracy involves a partnership in crime. Pinkerton v. United States, 328 U.S. 640 and 646 from 1946. Having joined such a partnership, a conspirator is responsible not just for his own actions, but also for those of every co-conspirator. A defendant may be said to conspire even if he did not intend to commit the underlying offense himself. The government must prove only that the defendant reached an agreement with the intent that the crime be committed by some member of the conspiracy. So they cite here Horn v. State. Consequently, a conspiracy may exist even if a conspirator does not agree to commit or facilitate each and every part of the substantive offense. The principle of joint responsibility is illustrated by the rule that even where an overt act is alleged to be a crime, and that crime is separately charged within the indictment, a finding by the jury that the defendant did not commit that overt act does not foreclose a finding that the defendant is guilty of the conspiracy offense, so long as there is sufficient evidence of the commission of overt acts by others in furtherance of the conspiracy. Okay, so this might seem like, is this addressing Steele's argument? Steele's question of law? Because yesterday when they said that they received this brief, they had mentioned that it was in response to Leah Abbasi and all the arguments that she was making. So who knows? I need to get on the right page here. The purpose of the overt act requirement is not to replicate the elements of a substantive violation. Rather, the function of the overt act in a conspiracy prosecution is simply to manifest that the conspiracy is at work and is neither a project still resting solely in the minds of the conspirators, nor a fully completed operation no longer in existence. Okay, fully completed operation no longer in existence. Maybe we'll get to intrinsic. Okay, so they're citing something, Yates v. United States, and specifying that for other grounds, this was overruled, but for other reasons. They didn't overrule it on this particular argument. Another function of the overt act requirement is to afford a locus. Okay, I'm not going to say that. Potentiae, so I've got to learn that word. So that before the act is done, one or more of the parties may abandon their design and thus avoid the penalty. But what does that actually mean? Okay, so this is what that phrase means. An opportunity to withdraw from a contract or obligation before it is completed, or to decide not to commit an intended crime. So there we go. There's that. As then Circuit Judge, later Chief Justice Vinson put it, the statutory crime differs from common law conspiracy in that it requires an overt act. That is made an essential to give the conspirators a time, place, and a chance to say that although we did agree, now that we are about to start, let's call it off. And that's, we've seen this case cited before, Offit. Very little is required to satisfy the overt act requirement. And of course, the overt act need not be a crime itself. McCright v. State, and they say here, is that 9? Okay, so there's 2 footnotes right in that sentence. So the first is United States v. McNair, that the conspirator's acceptance or receipt of a benefit can be an overt act. And then the other footnote says Georgia and federal cases are aligned on this point. The overt act requirement in the conspiracy statute can be satisfied much more easily. Indeed, the act can be innocent in nature, provided it furthers the purpose of the conspiracy. The overt act without proof of which a charge of conspiracy cannot be submitted to the jury may be that of only one of the conspirators and need not be a crime itself. And yet the overt act need not be in and of itself a criminal act, still less need it constitute the very crime that is the object of the conspiracy. Okay, that just sounds like arguments that, you know, why we're able to put like a social media post in as an overt act. So I don't really know if this is addressing the argument that whether it's supposed to address Steele's argument or Leah Abbasi's argument. I don't really think those things are addressing an argument somebody's making. Like, nobody in that courtroom is challenging. Let me just see if we get there. Otherwise lawful activity, such as sending a text, constitutes an overt act if it is in furtherance of a conspiracy. So, but who is arguing this? This sounds like they're arguing those social, like, oh boy. An illustrative Georgia case is Sack v. State. In Sack, the defendant was charged with conspiracy to commit murder. The evidence showed that he drove from Georgia to Tennessee with a pistol and the intention of killing 1 or 2 people. After finding one of those persons and engaging in conversation with her, he told her of his intention to kill her, but decided he could not go through with it. Although it is not a crime to drive from Georgia to Tennessee, Sack held that the defendant's actions were sufficient to constitute an overt act to affect the object of the conspiracy and affirmed the conviction. But shouldn't they include, I know this is a short summary, but wouldn't it be important for them to include the context of the conspiracy itself? Like, who were the conspirators? What was their association and what was their commitment? Because that seems like it would be the relevant detail to why we should be arguing this applies in the YSL case. So why don't we talk about why aren't we talking about the nature of the co-conspirator agreement? Like, we just skipped that part. Okay. Bridges v. State in 1962 says reflects the same principle, affirming a conviction for attempting to manufacture intoxicating liquor and holding that possession by the defendant and his companion of copper pipes, a cap to be connected to a still, and sugar, all of which could be possessed legally, were overt acts leading toward commission of the crime of making intoxicating liquor. All right, so we've got things. This must be like a parallel to you guys are in possession of firearms and whatever. Someone called you for pills once, so clearly this is a conspiracy. Everybody's selling drugs together. This is part of the enterprise. So that I see why they want this to be a parallel. And then, okay, it is for Leah. Overt acts are intrinsic evidence. In a conspiracy case, an act that is alleged to have been done in furtherance of the alleged conspiracy is considered part of the very act charged. This is United States v. Diaz. Internal quotation marks, omitted, whatever. This applies equally to charged and uncharged overt acts. Uncharged acts may be admissible as evidence of the conspiracy itself. United States v. Ty from the Second Circuit. In conspiracy cases, uncharged acts may be admissible as direct evidence of the conspiracy itself. Evidence of uncharged criminal conduct is relevant and is not considered, quote, other crimes evidence under Rule 404B. 404A is yesterday when Whitaker asked, do you understand the objection? So here we're getting, shout out to Rule 404. Evidence of uncharged criminal conduct is relevant and is not considered other crimes evidence under 404B if the uncharged conduct arose out of the same transaction or series of transactions as the charged offense. If it is inextricably intertwined with the evidence regarding the charged offense, or if it is necessary to complete the story of the crime on trial. Now, if we get into I think we have several arguments, right? Rodelius Ryan was already charged with a murder. But then we also have this shanking incident while he's in custody. So for both of those, and the word is or, right? It doesn't have to be both. It's or. If we want to talk about those things and get them in the case, especially this shank incident allegedly over commissary, where Rodelius Ryan's in a fight in his cell. Is that inextricably intertwined with the evidence relating to this case? Or is it necessary to complete the story of the crime on trial? Is it necessary for anything that's charged as a count, even count one? Is it necessary? Like, those are the questions being debated here between counsel for Rodelius Ryan and the state. In short, the government is entitled to prove uncharged overt acts. Well, I guess then we can't be talking about the murder because that was charged, I guess, unless they mean uncharged in the indictment. It is clear that the government may offer proof of acts not included within the indictment. There you go. As long as they are within the scope of the conspiracy. There you go. Answered the question for myself. And this is United States v. Perez. We have held before that the government is not limited to overt acts pleaded in proving a conspiracy. It may show other acts of the conspirators occurring during the life of the conspiracy. The rule has long been that an overt act is not part of the crime in the sense that the act alleged must be proved, where another alleged act is proved. Federal courts routinely find that no prejudice results from a variance between overt acts charged in an indictment and those proved at trial. It is well established that a conspiracy case may be proved using overt acts not mentioned in the indictment. The government is not limited at trial to proving the conspiracy solely through the overt acts pleaded in the indictment. Instead, it may prove the conspiracy by showing other acts of the conspirators that occurred during the conspiracy. Now, what? This is 2013 in 11th Circuit. All right. I mean, I don't know. I guess this is really the part I can't wait to see the counter argument on. Because this at least is somewhat relevant to the argument they're supposed to be responding to. Indeed, a conspiracy conviction may rest upon the proof of an overt act not charged in the indictment. So this is where we're going to want to see the counter arguments here, or the oral arguments. Oh, where did I just skip to? This is particularly the case when, as here, the indictment makes it clear that the overt acts alleged do not form an exhaustive list. So we had 2 footnotes for that paragraph. Federal courts regularly hold that a defendant is not entitled to a list of uncharged overt acts. And then 13 says, indictment at 15, in furtherance of the conspiracy and to effect its objectives and purposes, the defendants committed and caused to be committed, among others. And are we adding this emphasis? Yeah, so the state in writing this brief is emphasizing among others. The following overt acts, certain of which constitute acts of racketeering activity. Interesting. So they're saying among others must attach to the following overt acts, as if among others means following overt acts among others. But I think there's a little wiggle room here to say that among others might apply to objectives and purposes. As in, one objective.
I'm just going to AV's channel. She's still watching the regular trial. I'm gonna go grab me something to eat. I'll be back.
I am now going to approach the witness with, but first show it to the defense. A copy of State's Exhibit 2000, Julian.
Juliet.
Now approaching the witness. Now approaching you with what has been identified as State's Exhibit 2000, Juliet. When you had a chance to look at that exhibit and pass over with your eyes a good little while, look back up at me and I ask you a few more questions. Do you recognize Stacy?
And also real quick, I know you guys are all, you're wondering where TLA is. He took some time off from YouTube for a little bit. He's been telling us that for weeks. I don't know how y'all don't know this. He's been mentioning that he's going to take some time off. So I've been holding it down. We have fun over here. And I've got some of his sounds. It's kind of lead-esque like. And, you know, from time to time, he'll pop into the chat. So we'll see him really soon. But he will be back with us shortly. Let's go back in.
What is depicted in State's Exhibit 2000, Juliet.
No.
All right. I am now going to approach the witness with State's Exhibits 2001, Juliet, and 2002, Juliet. And when you've had a moment to look at State's 2001, Juliet, and State's Exhibit 2002, Juliet, please look back up at me, and I'll ask you a few additional questions. All right. Excuse me. In states exhibits, 2001 and 2002, Juliet, do those look like the firearm that you recovered on the day that you arrested Mr. Quindarius Zach?
Possibly.
Right? And do those images reflect the specifications that you said that firearm had at that time?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And at this time, does it appear that any changes had been made to those firearms from the time that you recovered it from the backseat of the vehicle that you approached on that day?
No.
Right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit states exhibits 2001 and 2002 into evidence. 2001, 2002, Juliet into evidence.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Okay. Right. Officer Baker, did that thereabout conclude your involvement with this particular case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state has no further questions.
All right, do any defense
Ooh.
counsel have questions?
The squeak has shifted. That one was rough, but Max is coming up to bat. Let's see what Max has for this witness for questions.
Officer Baker, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? All right. As I understand it, you approached the car and there were 2 occupants of that car.
Yes.
A woman who we know her name is Summer is in the driver's seat. And then Quindarius Zachary eventually opened the passenger door and was in the passenger seat. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were called about a firearm, correct?
Correct.
You were looking for a firearm.
Correct.
Okay. You see a firearm in the back seat. You ask Quindarius Zachary if it's his firearm.
Correct.
He initially denies it.
Correct.
He lied.
Correct.
And eventually he says, that is my firearm. He claimed the firearm.
Correct.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary is not in this courtroom today, is he?
No, Lil D?
Honestly, I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Okay. This firearm was a Bushmaster carbon 15 .223 caliber firearm, correct?
I believe so.
If you need to, I believe so. I want a certain answer. So
Right.
if you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report, I'd ask you.
Sure. No, it's the same as the report. Yeah. So
Okay.
the reason I responded that way is just because it was so long ago. So and we didn't have body cameras. So I'm going off of pure memory from what I can
Okay,
remember.
but assuming your report is correct,
Correct.
it would be a Bushmaster carbon 15 .223 caliber firearm.
Correct.
Okay. And the serial number of that firearm is D03525, correct?
I do not know. It may be in the report. Can I check?
Yes. If is that reflected?
I'm not sure if it's here. I don't have it up here anymore.
What's Max up to? Y'all know he be cooking. As he's doing that, I'm checking out Twitter. Apparently, there was a protest at the courthouse today.
Have you refreshed your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury the serial number of that firearm?
It would be D as in David 03525.
Now, you eventually seized this firearm from Quindarius Zachary, correct?
Correct.
And do you know what, are you a ballistics expert?
No,
Okay. Do you know what NIBIN is?
I'm aware of the HCS.
Okay, and that's a database that can compare a gun to shell casings on other shooting scenes or other crime
Correct.
scenes, correct? All right. Do you have anything to do with running the guns you seized through NIBIN?
No,
Okay, do you have anything to do with testing the guns that you seize as an officer for ballistics?
no.
Okay. This gun that you collected off of Quindarius Zachary, what did you do with that gun?
It was turned into the Atlanta Public Safety Annex as evidence.
And all of this happened on May 7th of 2015, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, any other defense questions?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
All right,
Look at that.
nope, okay.
Two
All right, is there any
witnesses.
redirects for this witness? Go ahead.
You were asked a couple of questions on cross by Mr. Sharp. I just want to ask some follow-up about. You were asked if you are a ballistics expert. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Does not being a ballistics expert prevent you, or did it prevent you from being able to identify that firearm as an illegally modified assault rifle?
No.
Did you run any searches on that firearm using the serial number that you identified?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you have any, what results, if any, did you have with that search?
I don't believe it came back as stolen or anything like that.
I'm approaching you with what has been pre-marked the State's Exhibit 2003, Juliet. I want you to answer this discrete question. Do you recognize what this is without saying what it is?
Yes.
All right. What is this?
This is a City of Atlanta Police Department arrest citation.
And what investigator issued it? Who?
Any response?
Your Honor, I would say this is not hearsay, given the fact that it is.
Brown trying to, he's using his
part of
big
the
boy
police
voice.
Investigation as it relates to law enforcement's overall duty. I don't want to say too much out of state, Judge.
Okay, sustained. Unless it's his report. Or his arrest citation.
I will ask a follow-up question. Does this particular exhibit bear your APD incident number for the arrest that you made?
Your Honor, that's hearsay as well.
That's not, no, that's not hearsay. No, it's not stated.
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
Can I compare the number to the report
You may.
number? Okay.
All right, does it bear the same number as the incident report number for your particular arrest?
Yes, it does.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right, look at
Any
that.
Recross. Okay, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next.
Two witnesses in one day. Look at this trial moving along.
The state call supervisor to vote.
All right, the boys are leading. No Hilton or Love today. Shout out to white boy Atkins. Let's see how Atkins does.
Remember, you're supposed to have them standing there waiting, ready to go. I'm really kind of serious about that.
Yes, Your Honor, he was in the well right there.
Maybe Love is learning her lessons.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. State your first and last name for the court's knowledge.
My name is Christopher Traugott. That's CHRISTOPHER TRAUGOTT. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's see what this witness got.
All right.
Can you tell the jury where you currently work?
I am currently working for the Cobb County Police Department as a crime scene supervisor.
How long have you been crime scene supervisor with Cobb County Police Department?
No,
I just
please don't
celebrated my
breathe
1
like
year
that.
with being with the county.
So you can breathe in the mic this whole
Before working
time.
with Cobb County.
Woo!
I work for the City of Atlanta Police Department.
I can't listen to
What
that.
all did you
He
do?
needs to move the
when
mic.
you or what were you doing when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
When I left the Atlanta Police Department, I was a supervisor for the crime scene unit there.
How long were you a supervisor of the crime scene unit at APD?
I want to say 7 years.
And before that, were you a crime scene technician?
Yes, sir.
When did you first start working as a crime scene technician for the Atlanta Police Department?
I started working as a crime scene technician in January of 2013.
And when were you hired by APD?
I was hired by APD the previous year as a recruit, but it didn't. Being a police officer didn't really work for me, so I went over to crime scene.
Can you briefly describe what your current duties entail with Cobb County?
My current duties entail managing the crime scene unit for the county. The police department manages all major calls like homicides, rapes, robberies of that nature, crimes against persons.
Do you still
Damn it.
respond on scene to cases?
Yes, I am still active in responding.
Shout out to the person that warned
Now,
about the R word.
I wanted to turn your attention to January 13th of 2015. Did you have an opportunity to respond to an 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes, sir.
Now, on that date, how can you kind of orient the jury? How far into your time as a crime scene technician were you?
I would have been 2 years into being a crime scene technician on that date.
What did you respond to? Why were you called to that scene?
So I was initially called to that scene called in as a shots fired call. And what that means is a firearm has been discharged, but no one has been hit or otherwise injured.
Do you recall around what time you arrived?
It was early in the morning. I'd have to reference my report to give you an exact arrival time.
Would referencing your report help refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I'm asking to approach the witness with his report.
Okay.
Once your memory's refreshed, before you answer, just let me know.
All right.
And I'll leave that up there in case we need it. But what time did you respond?
I got the call at 8:02 in the morning. It would have been right when I arrived at work, and I arrived there at 9:40 a.m.
Were you day shift back in that time frame?
That is correct. On that day, I was working the day shift.
And when you got there, was this a house, an apartment, a business? What was 878 Oakland Drive?
This was a residential home.
What did you see when you first arrived?
When I first arrived, I met with the officer on scene. I believe it was Officer Campbell who was on the scene. And I just saw a house. It wasn't until I stopped to inspect the scene that I saw anything else. But I initially arrived on scene, I saw a house with green trash cans in front of it.
Now, Your Honor, I am approaching the witness with what's been marked as 1 Delta 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 through 31 Delta Delta Delta.
Oh my God, I might have to take one of my headphones out. I can't.
If any defense counsel wants to see.
All right, let's see if we can skip ahead.
Review these photos.
And on Delta Delta Delta, those copies before you.
Yes, sir. I've had a chance to review these photos.
And what are those?
These are photographs from the crime scene that I took.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene photos from January 13th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence States Exhibits 1 through 31, Delta, Delta, Delta.
All right, admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing States Exhibit 1, Delta, Delta, Delta. Now, you had mentioned when you got there was that house with the green trash cans. Is that what's depicted in 1, Delta, Delta, Delta?
Yes, sir.
And that's the 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes, I believe there should be a photo with the address in here as well.
Publishing 2, Delta, Delta, Delta. Is this the roadway that the street and the surrounding area from where you responded to?
Yes, it is.
And I wanted to ask you, what was the Atlanta Police Department case number associated with this crime scene you responded to?
It would have been early in the year, so it would have been 15013, and the last 4 numbers would have been.
Do you need to refresh your report?
Yes, would have been 0459.
0459? So in total, can you say that one time?
150130459.
Thank you. Publishing 3, Delta, Delta, Delta. Can you describe for the jury what is depicted in this photograph?
So the previous photo we saw was of the roadway, and this is another photograph of that same roadway where I have marked using yellow evidence markers all of the points of evidence. In this case, I believe was shell casings.
So what do each of those placards represent?
Each of those placards would represent the location of a shell casing.
How many shell casings were on scene of this crime scene that you processed?
I believe there were 66 shell casings that I recovered.
Okay.
And at the time that
Chat, y'all are brilliant. I love when y'all let me know when something is happening. Atlanta News First is live, and they're talking about Quindarius Zachary right now. So I might actually just pop in on that. Wait. Hang on, let me see. Let me listen to the sound real quick. It looks like they're organizing a press conference. They're organizing a press conference. Let's go over there real quick. Let's check this out. What's happening? So they're it's happening right now.
I'm gonna give you the introduction on Sheriff Smith in regard to it, just give you some facts, circumstances, what we've got. We've got a press packet for everybody in regard to this set of circumstances that you can take in regard to that. And plus we'll give you our contact information if there's any additional that you need concerning. Sheriff Smith will start the conference off in regard to this case investigation. And then we'll move forward from there, and then we'll pass it off. He'll pass it off to the next speakers, and we'll go from that direction there. All right, Sheriff Smith.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Let me start off by saying we have reached this point today to address the most senseless, the most heinous, the most aggravated crime that could be committed against one of our citizens in our community. Now, let me bring you up to provide you with a little history as to what got us here.
I don't know what this is, guys.
Back on March 19th.
This seems like a different case.
2023, a little bit before midnight, Meriwether County deputies responded to the home of Kim Harvey Pollard.
That's
Which is
weird.
located at 110 Tuskegee Lane.
That's not about
Manchester, Georgia.
YSL, which is
Our
weird.
response was
Okay.
in relation to.
All right, because his voice is giving me a headache. All right. Weird. I think Atlanta News First is having an issue because it says ailing YSL witness moved to Grady as Young Thug trial continues. That's what the title of this video says. And they are streaming the trial. So I think that they are just having a problem. I don't know what else to say to y'all. Like that is strange. How do you have a YSL feed and then all of a sudden, I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going.
In your career, turning back to January 13th, 2015,
where we are right now, they have done a tremendous job during their case investigation. But I also want to state to you that all of this could not have been possible without these gentlemen that are standing behind me and that are flanking me with the agencies that they're representing. They were very crucial and played a crucial role into our bringing this to the forefront of where we are today. Now, I'm going to start naming some of the agencies that involved in helping us. And when I start doing that, I certainly don't want to miss anybody. So I want to go over that with you right now to let you know who these agencies are, and obviously want them to be recognized for the work and the assistance and the resources that they brought to us to help us with our investigation. My colleagues in the Sheriff's Association, I'll give them a shout out. Sheriff Countryman, he's here with us today, Muskogee County Sheriff. He's been very, very helpful with the arrest process that took place last Friday morning. During the early morning hours, a group of law enforcement officials were gathered where we hit 5 locations of addresses of where our suspects were going to be. This was a precision operation with many, many agents, deputies, police officers, Homeland Security agents, Georgia State Patrol, other sheriff's deputies. In this
Hey gang, we should conspire to get Love and Adam Lally into a room questioning each other. They should cancel each other out and cease to exist, I believe. Can you imagine them on a case against each other? Or on the same team even, running a case together? Imagine if the only reprieve we had from Love was Lally, right? So you know how sometimes we get Atkins up and he's quicker and he's to the point? Cross in and out, or direct in and out. Imagine Love and Lally, which would just be 3 hours equal 3 days direct every single time. Good point, Chloe. Mark in Texas gave some extra insight here on HIPAA for Quindarius Zachary's attorney. Okay, so Quindarius Zachary's attorney indicated waiver could be arranged yesterday for purposes of determining timeline for testimony. Also, Page can issue an order. Interesting that if that was the case, Whitaker just didn't have that information and was relying on the word of Love playing telephone game with her team. So I'm waiting to see what comes from all of this. Mark in Texas, thank you for the context. Ike says, can we nominate some attorneys for the Elaine Bredehoft Awards? I nominate Love and the DA from the Rush trial. What's her name? Morrissey? Yeah, we'll get Morrissey up there. Love. I guess Elaine gets a nomination because she's in the name. That'd be a good time. And Lottie B. So hear me out. Cat and AV weekly YSL recap stream with guests. I think that might be hard to coordinate. However, Nick does panels and both myself and AV hop in there. AV hasn't been on there in a few weeks, but maybe this would be a good week to get her on there. And just so you know, we've also, AV and I have also collabed on a different trial. You can go, it's on her stream. So if you go through, you can find some Cat Williams collaboration with AV back in the day. And super love to AV. It was nice to see her pop in the chat today. But for anyone that doesn't know that there's already a YSL panel, it's every Friday with a panel of guests. The guests rotate. And it's hosted on Nick Staro's channel. So I'm going to drop AV's channel first. And then the second link I'm dropping right now is Nick Staro, where if you were looking for a panel discussion, that is Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern on Nick's channel. And I do also think Inside the Law has, I think by accident, started doing panels. It's Phil Holloway, but usually he has the duo of Rachel Kaufman and Doug Weinstein on. I've been seeing that, I think, a few weeks now. So I think that's accidentally becoming a panel also. But thank you so much, Lottie B. I'm always happy to collab. And, you know, I'm going to be on Nick's this Friday. That's also going to be the 10K celebration. So tons of YSL stuff to talk about on Friday and a big celebratory moment as well. And hopefully I'll make sure AV knows about it. Nick invites her, so I'm sure she knows, but I'll extend an extra invite over there. Thank you so much. Positive Q says, good morning, Cat Chat and mods. I hope Quindarius Zachary gets on the stand ASAP. We're all eager to see what comes of it. And maybe just to get it a clear answer. QZ's going to be peed off. I agree. He's going to give Love a run for her money if she questions him. Do you think after all of this, all these other fails Love has had, do you think she'll have the self-awareness to let a different prosecutor question Quindarius Zachary? Or do you think Love will still want to do the questioning of this witness? Like, do you think she'll adjust? Or do you think she'll keep trying? Because I'm waiting to see. Oh, sorry, I did this one already. And Sia, this is super sweet. Sia says, hello, Kat and everyone here in this awesome chat family. Kat, the state is actively seeking to remove the pool camera. Yeah, and the shout out to the camera pool. I know we keep saying, is the sound on? Is the sound off? They're flicking it on and off, but I think they're doing that out of an abundance of caution. They don't want to be the reason they get yeeted. So shout out to them. The camera person needs to be diligent in turning the sound off. And I think yesterday we heard them mention to the state, either we can or cannot hear you. It wasn't to mention to the state's table, but I think it was when someone was at the podium or walking around questioning a witness. You know, the media pool is trying to make sure they keep their ducks in a row, and shout out to them for doing that. Transparency is super important. Thank you for the 10th, Sia. Super great point. FFS says, Kat, love the stream. Thanks for earlier. You are welcome. People miss you. People miss you. They're like, FFS. I don't know if they're looking for you or just saying FFS, but I always treat it like they're looking for you. Kristen Vasquez says, I read that stress can trigger sickle cell crisis. So that's what I'm reading as like 101 level, right? I don't really know, but I'm learning, and I'm trusting you guys in the chat that say you have experience or personal knowledge of it. And I get that it's painful while it's happening, and you guys have educated me that happening, you know, there's like a expanded time frame, right? So just because he was in the hospital and was leaving the hospital on Friday doesn't mean he's all better now. And if you add a stressor, an extra stressor, it's going to just trigger stuff to be way worse. And I just don't get it. I just don't get how we're 132 days into a trial and suddenly the state is like, we got to call him next. It's got to be him next. You've been out of order and out of whack for 130 days and you have 100 and something plus more witnesses to go. Why would you do this to a witness that you want to cooperate? I mean, maybe they really just want him to get up there and say, I don't remember, and play some interviews and jail calls or whatever. But it's just sad. It's just sad. No, so they, so did you hear Love characterize it this morning? She said a touch of pneumonia. A touch of pneumonia. So he has pneumonia, and it's being characterized as a touch of pneumonia. Like, my gosh. I forgot about that until I just thought about it. A touch of pneumonia. Someone define touch of pneumonia. And what does touch of pneumonia mean for someone that's already dealing with something that's probably taxing their immune system? Like, even if a touch of ammonia is an accurate way to describe something, I think a touch of ammonia becomes pretty significant to deal with when your immune system's already, running at a high level, working overtime. Like, just come on. Like, yeah, that was Love's words earlier today. Touch of pneumonia. When I hit this link says, I have a touch of high blood pressure from this trial. Like, just crazy. Oh, that sucks, Gwennon. I had pneumonia and there's no touch about it. Yeah, it knocks people out. It's not something to make light of. It's like being a touch pregnant. Otto with the important reminder that we don't think Love has a medical degree. Like, just crazy. FB says stress can trigger crisis, stroke, or heart attack. We have to be careful. With my 1-year-old, oh, sickle cell grandbaby. Oh no, poor baby. And I always feel bad because, I feel like babies don't understand what's happening to them. Oh. But yeah, thank you for the context, you guys. See, this is it. Like, we're going to put Zachary on the stand and trigger him so he just is unwilling to cooperate so we can get some interviews and calls introduced. Same reason we wanted to get Woody up there. Like, it's just a stupid and insensitive thing to put people through. Well, the silver lining is I'm like 99% confident it will backfire. Abundance and Clarity says, Kat, please check your emails. Thank you to everyone for being here. Oh my gosh, my poor emails. I'm sorry, guys. I did check my emails a little yesterday. I'm so behind because pretty much, okay, I got you. I got you. And sorry, I see a bunch of other emails in there. Guys, my bad, my bad. When I get off these streams, I go right to working for one of my clients we're doing copywriting for a new website launch and fixing the CRM, and it's a whole big, hairy mess. It has been a time. And that's supposed to slow down. They're supposed to be launching it by the end of the month. So hopefully I'll get some time and get myself back in gear to check things that I'm letting pile up somewhere. So super apologies from me. That is all my fault. I have a ton of emails that I need to get to. Same thing with messages on my phone. It's like over 100 things I haven't even opened, most of which are spam, but there's some, people I actually know involved in there, and I need to catch up on real life. So my apologies, Abundance and Clarity. I got you though. Thank you so much. Let's see, and shout out, we got Rice Street in the house. You guys know this is the only time we can positively shout out Rice Street is our Rice Street, our honorable Rice Street on YouTube here, gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much. You guys were already shouting out Rice Street. I see it. Shout out to Rice Street for the 10. Finding Good's like, all right, we're doing this today. I'm going to gift 5 more. So shout out to Finding Good. Your picture makes me want to be on the water. And then Sherry Aguilar came in with another 5. So that is awesome. If you guys got a gift, make sure you say thank you. Super, super nice gesture of others to do. It gives you guys access to the custom channel emojis, which I think make the chat pretty fun. I don't do a lot of members only content because I don't want people locked out from it. But occasionally maybe I'll do a stupid stream off topic. I wouldn't gatekeep YSL content. Everybody can see that. But maybe I can do like some stupid stream one day and we'll do like a members party. So that'll be a good time. And then Pink Slime's been a member and just says slime love. Shout out to the slimes in the chat. Mrs. Hemp became a member. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, Miss AB. The fact that he is known as Sick D says a lot. And you guys have caught that. We did the Detective Dennis rewatch and Detective Dennis says we called him Sick D. I didn't even hear it. I think I was like updating the squeak counter. and the chat peeped it and posted about it on X. So they called him Sick D. Everybody knows he's sick. And Love is like, he just has a touch of pneumonia. It's fine. Like, just crazy. Thank you for that reminder, Miss AB, and for the two. Charlie Rizzo says, if Georgia RICO is same as feds, the state has to prove criminal organization with internal hierarchy committing crimes for the benefit of that organization. The feds, if I remember correctly, minimum of 3 violent overt acts. So there are some slight differences, and I think the Georgia statute is a lot more lax. Like, there doesn't need to be a pecuniary interest. So the idea of what can qualify as benefiting that organization, they don't need to prove.
I don't want to do it. And was there something else we were supposed to argue with? You sure? Okay, I think that Mr. Atkins.
I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
I just had some random set of keys up here that are not mine that
Okay.
appeared over the lunch break.
Mr. Atkins, I think, forwarded the exhibits that he'll use with Miss Latner's later
Okay.
today. And I didn't know, I don't believe that I can't speak for anyone. So I just wanted to make the court aware if there's any objection, we're prepared to argue it, but we did forward over. I don't think that there shouldn't be. It's a CAD report and a 911 call.
Good afternoon.
So my understanding is that there's going to be a Maynard in April 2019 CAD report, no issues with that. There's going to be a Holland CAD report, no issues with that. There's going to be a 911 call that's already been litigated, and there's a Chandler Durham 911 call that I need to look through.
Is Miss Latner's the next witness? I mean, we're on
No.
this witness still anyway.
She's not.
Okay,
She's
you
not.
think you'll have time to do that? Okay, all right.
And I don't think that was I would ask that the court inquire if there are any more objections about the ones that he sent over, because I think that was the extent of it, but he just wanted me to make sure that I addressed it with the court. Right.
My issue is I want to go to that Chandler Durham out.
Yes, we
That's
can do that.
fine. We'll give you a chance to do that before.
I will check, Your Honor, and good afternoon as well. I will check what was sent to our previous motion that we filed to exclude certain portions of Ms. Latner's 911 calls as well as CAD reports. And we already itemized that, but I could check it, no problem.
Okay, well, hopefully Mr. Atkins is checked too and knows what comes in and what doesn't.
And I believe that Mr. Smith as well forwarded some exhibits that he intends to introduce with the crime scene technician that he has coming up after this witness. What was that?
So they're actually, Your Honor, from body cam footage from a Halloween incident.
But it's a still shot or
They're screenshots from body cam.
Who's the witness?
Detective Stark.
That's not the next witness or the next witness.
I need to review what they sent over.
Okay, who's that?
Okay, who's going to be the next witness after Professor or Dr. Pitts?
Dr. Pitts, it will be CST Porter.
Porter?
Yes, I think Montgomery might be the name on there.
Okay, I mean, I don't see that name on here, but there it is, Montgomery. Okay. So Montgomery and then who?
We have Miss Latner's coming, we have Miss Smith coming, and we have.
So is
Yeah.
Miss Latner's going to be right after Montgomery?
No, in fact, it's going to
Okay,
be.
I guess what I'm asking is, could you give me in order, kind of who you expect for the afternoon?
Dr. Pitts, crime scene tech, Montgomery Porter, Miss Smith, Officer Collins, Miss Latners,
Okay.
and Starks if we reach Starks.
All right, great. All right, and whatever evidence is going to come in through those witnesses has been shared. Is that accurate?
Whatever. Say that for me one more time.
Whatever evidence is going to be introduced through these witnesses has been shared?
Yes.
Okay, and as far as we know, the only thing that somebody still needs to look at is that or listen to is that 1911 call.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'm going to review I understand that there were some stills that were apparently sent over. I need to look at that, apparently from a body cam. That's the first I've heard of that, so I need to look at that, Judge.
Okay, and the stills would be with what witness?
Starks.
Starks.
The
Okay.
last one. if you
All right.
mentioned.
Okay, so we've got 3 witnesses plus the one on the stand to get through before them, so y'all should have some time to do that. If-
I'll review them,
If there's
Judge.
any issue with it, just let me
I'll
know.
bring it to the court's attention. Thank you.
All right, anything else before we get the witness back and the jury in?
No, I'm just sending over the.
Great. All right. Is the Smith, A. Smith, whom there's a concern about? Yeah, okay.
It was also, we had talked about, Your Honor had asked specifically about threats, and it was more, not threats, it was alerting her and making her very disturbed.
So before we have her come in, there needs to be a determination made because we haven't done that yet. Okay. We're ready. I'm sorry. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
All right. Can you hear me?
Dr. Pitts, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the address of 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And not sure, but was there a case, APD incident number associated with that location?
Yes.
Okay, what was that incident?
151180288.
And with respect to this particular incident that occurred at that location just mentioned, do you recall who it was that called you out to that scene?
Yes, Sutton.
Okay. And around or about what time did you go out to that scene?
I would have to look at my notes because it's not on this report. Thank you. Thank you. The call came through at 2:30 a.m. I responded at 3:04 a.m.
And you now have the photos in front of you. Using those if needed, can you recall whether the sun was up or down at that time?
It was early morning. Sun was down.
Okay. And when you got to that scene, as with the prior two cases that you testified about earlier, did you in fact process that crime scene at 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway Northwest?
Yes.
And when you began to process that, did you go through the same type of steps that you described earlier in the first two APD incident numbers?
Yes.
And what, in terms of processing, did you collect any evidence at that time?
Yes.
What evidence was located on that crime, at that crime scene?
49 shell casings and 1 projectile. Was recovered as evidence from that crime scene.
And did you turn that evidence in as you did with the prior shell casings and the other two APD incident numbers?
Yes.
Was any of the evidence in the first APD incident number tested by you for anything?
We're going all the way back to the
Yes,
very
I
first
wanna go
incident.
back just a brief moment.
Was that the Springdale location? What
That would have
location was
been-
that? Or the Hill Street?
Yes, the Hill Street location.
No, I turned it over to the APD crime lab for further review for ballistics.
Did you do any testing in the the second APD incident case number that you responded in process?
No, I submitted it to the crime lab for ballistics.
And as to the third case number, which we were talking about before we circled back, this case specifically pertaining to 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway Northwest, did you perform any testing on that evidence that you collected at the scene?
No, I turned this over to the APD property unit.
I am now going to have published for you the crime scene photos that were already admitted that have been identified as state's exhibits 2 Juliet through 92 Juliet, and Your Honor, there will only be a select few.
Thank you.
Yes. Right, showing you now on the screen, Dr. Pitt's state's exhibit 2 Juliet. Does this picture that you see here help you recall the scenes which you responded to on April the 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And where exactly, what type of business or structure is located at that address?
This is Club Crucial.
And how familiar are you with Club Crucial in terms of knowing its operations and being in that area?
Familiar with it, but not familiar to the extent that I know someone that has been to that club.
Okay, and are you familiar, based on your experience in employment, with the hours of operation? They may be more frequent?
No.
Okay. All right, now turning to the next state's exhibits. Now being published is States 3, Juliet, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, what is exactly being shown here in this exhibit that's just been viewed?
This appears to be the front entry side of the club.
Now publishing States Exhibit 8, Juliet, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, is it fair to say that this is an overview shot of the placards that were placed in that crime scene location?
Majority of the placards, yes.
And those placards that were placed down, do you recall to what number they went to?
I don't.
Okay. Is it by chance that your notes may refresh your recollection?
It could have went up to 50, being that I had 49 shell casings that were recovered and 1 projectile piece that was recovered.
Now showing you States Exhibit 50, Juliet, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, why was this vehicle of interest to you during your processing of the crime scene, such that you would take a photo?
It could be that it's been damaged. That would be the only reason that I would photograph it.
Okay. And what is the license plate that you see associated with that vehicle?
AUX 9521.
Do you see, can you make out a color for that vehicle?
It appears to be plum,
Okay.
maroon.
All right, now turning to the next State's Exhibit. Now published on the screen is 52 Juliet, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, do you see on this exhibit any damage from what could have been gunfire in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, all right, now zooming in for a closer view. Can you see, Dr. Pitts, or describe where you may see such defects to this vehicle?
Over the back tire, maybe that's called the fender. I'm not really sure.
All right. Now turning to State's Exhibit 53, Juliet, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, utilizing the exhibit that is now posted on the screen, do you see any other additional damage from bullet defects to this vehicle on this exhibit?
Are we able to zoom in some?
Bless
No, it doesn't appear to be.
you. Turning to this next State's Exhibit 54, Juliet, Juliet. What about from this vantage point of the vehicle?
No, it doesn't appear to be.
Okay, now turning to State's Exhibit 56, Juliet, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, utilizing this photo that is now on the screen, can you describe any such damage or defects that you see to the vehicle?
It appears to be the sunroof of this vehicle that's damaged.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 57, Juliet, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, utilizing this exhibit for this, what type of vehicle are we looking at here to your best of your knowledge?
A Ford pickup truck.
Okay, and with this vehicle, do you see any defects such that you would have taken a picture of the front?
Yes.
Where do you see those defects?
Right above the grill.
Is that the only one?
That I can see, yes.
Okay, now publishing for your viewing State's Exhibit 58, Juliet, Juliet. Excuse me, now let's actually publish State's Exhibit 59, Juliet, Juliet. Okay, Doctor, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you see any defects to the passenger side of this vehicle?
It doesn't appear to be.
Okay, where the cursor is located, can you see any such type of damage or defect?
Yes.
Okay. Now turning to State's Exhibit 60, Juliet, Juliet. And was there anything of value in terms of your experience as a crime scene tech that you would take the rear of this photo, this rear photo of the truck?
Well, as I mentioned earlier on, when you're photographing a vehicle, you should be capturing all four sides of that car. So it doesn't appear that I see a defect, and so it just appears to be that this photograph was captured for documentation purposes.
And what is the what is the license plate or tag number associated with this pickup truck?
I do wear contacts. I think it's BZE 0994.
Okay. And we are now publishing State's Exhibit 62, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, was this another such vehicle that was impacted or received defects at the club crucial location?
Yes.
Okay. And do you, from this vantage point of the vehicle, see any defects where the cursor once was, but I believe it did move? Okay.
Are we able to zoom in some?
Yes, that's what I believe is happening. Yes.
I can't accurately say if that's a defect or not.
If you, using the hard copy of the exhibit that has been entered, can
What
you
was the
tell
number
that
again?
exhibit now is 62 Juliet.
It still appeared to look the same. So yeah, I can't.
Now publishing 63 Juliet. Just a moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Knight. Dr. Pitts, before we ask any questions about the exhibit that is published at this point, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what vehicle you know this to be, if at all? What type of vehicle, I should say?
Based on the emblem, it looks like a four-door BMW.
And with respect to this vantage point of that BMW that you described, is there a defect to you, to your ability to see from utilizing this picture? Any defects?
No.
Where the cursor is, can you describe whether you believe that to be to the right of the cursor, that is? Can you describe if you know that to be a defect?
What was
And
the
this
number?
is State's Exhibit 63 Juliet.
I can't accurately say that. No.
No problem. Publishing 64 Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, with this passenger side view of the BMW, are you able to distinguish if you see any defects to this portion of the car?
I do not see any defects.
All right. Now publishing 65 Juliet. Dr. Pitts, do you see anything of this pertinent on this picture that would look like defects to you?
Yes.
Okay. Where on this photograph do you see defects?
It appears to be a defect at the top of the trunk.
Okay.
And then on the bottom lower area of the fender, the back fender.
And what is the what is the tag number that is associated, if you can make it out, associated with this vehicle?
I think that's PYI4970.
Right. Now publishing the next State's Exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 68 Juliet. What type of vehicle, based on this photo, can you tell, make this out to be?
This is a Volvo.
And is there a tag number that you can see associated with this vehicle?
Yes.
What is that tag number, Dr. Pitts?
Can we zoom in
Yes,
just so
ma'am.
I can get the first? The first letter appears to be maybe PTG7271,
What state is that tag associated with?
Georgia.
And do you see any defects to this vehicle here on this view?
No.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 70 Juliet. What about here, Dr. Pitts? Do you see any defects that drew your attention when you processed this crime scene and this vehicle on it?
No.
What about in State's Exhibit 71, Juliet, which is getting ready to be published now which shows the passenger side? Do you see any such defects that drew your attention?
Can we zoom in a little more?
And I believe that is about as far as the technology will allow. What?
It appears to be something on the passenger front door.
And if we can put the cursor on the passenger front door, is that what you're saying to be that something, is it above or beneath the cursor? The cursor disappeared.
It's above.
Okay, and is that what you believe to be a defect to this vehicle?
I'm gonna say it's not a defect because I'm not 100%. I'm gonna say it's not a defect. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Now showing you what has been pre-marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 72, Juliet. Okay. Utilizing this exhibit, Doctor, is there anything that you see in terms of defects to the front of this vehicle?
No.
All right. Now publishing State's Exhibit 73, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, are you able to say that, do you see any thing that may appear or resemble to be a defect on this portion of the car?
Yes.
And is that what you would believe to be a defect?
Yes.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 74, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, using this exhibit, can you tell what type of vehicle this is?
A Nissan Sentra.
And what's the, if we can zoom in, does there appear to be a permanent or a temporary tag here?
It's a drive-out tag.
And I know this may be a little smaller, but can you make out those letters or numbers? You can see them?
14310132.
And what appears to be the expiration date?
May 29th, 2015.
Okay, now publishing State's Exhibit 76, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, what are we looking at here in State 76, Juliet?
The driver's side of this vehicle with defects.
How many windows do you see to have defects or damage?
3.
Okay, and okay. Now showing you State's Exhibit 77, Juliet. What about on this side of the vehicle? Can you see any such defects on this side? And you can zoom in, Dr. Pitts.
It appears to on the back passenger side door.
And do you see anything on the front passenger side door in terms of damage?
The window.
Okay. Is there anything on the ground near the vehicle on this side of it?
We would have to, can we zoom in some? It appears to be shattered glass that I can see.
Okay. Now turning your attention to the next State's Exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 78, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, do you see any such damage to the front of the vehicle?
No.
Okay. Next State's Exhibit, please. Actually, if we may zoom in right there, Dr. Pitts, can you see any damage where the cursor was pointed, just above it?
Yes.
And what does that damage appear to be to you?
It appears that it is a defect in the windshield.
Right, next State's Exhibit, please. Now publishing your viewing State's Exhibit 80, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, is this a different vehicle from the last one that we just viewed?
Yes.
And what type of vehicle do you know this to be, if at all?
This is a Impala Chevrolet
And does there,
SS.
oh, sorry. And does there appear to be any damage or defects to this vehicle?
Yes,
Where do you see them?
the back window.
All right. Is the back window fully intact, or does there seem to be some other type of damage?
It has a defect and it's shattered.
Showing you now Dr. Pitt's State's Exhibit 82, Juliet. And what are we looking at here? Thank you.
Another drive out tag or a temporary tag.
All right. And can you make out those digits and numbers?
14223-495.
And does there appear to be an expiration associated with those temporary tags?
Yes,
What is that date?
June 2nd, 2015.
Now, publishing 81, Juliet. Outside of the damage that you described to the back rear windshield, do you see any additional damage to this vehicle, Dr. Pitts?
It looks like there's damage to the front passenger door.
Do you see any damage to the rear passenger door?
It looks like it could be a scrape or a dent, but I would maybe need to zoom in some. What was the number again?
Yes, that is State's Exhibit 81, Juliet.
Thank you. Yeah, it still appears to be maybe as if it's some type of scraping.
Okay. Do the windows appear to be shattered as the back windshield, or do they look intact from this view?
They appear to be intact.
Dr. Pitts, if you could zoom out just a bit, Ms. Knight, can you tell if this vehicle is parked properly within the space that it should be, or is there something different going on?
It's in 2 lanes.
Showing you now the next State's Exhibit 83, Juliet. And if we could just zoom in partially. Dr. Pitts, do you see any damage to this portion of the vehicle, the driver's side?
Not that I can say with certain.
Okay. And I want to go up to the top left-hand corner of this photo. Dr. Pitts, do you know any of those individuals that appear to be positioned in this photo?
I do not.
Okay. Did anyone come up to you and tell you that anything about these vehicles at all or anything?
No.
Okay. All right. Now showing you the next State's Exhibit 84, Juliet. And if we could just zoom in just a little bit this night. Right. Dr. Pitts, do you see anything of value to you in your experience as a crime scene tech in terms of defects here?
No.
Okay. Now publishing 86, JJ. Dr. Pitts, do you see it, and thank you, Ms. Knight. Do you see any defects to this vehicle at all?
Yes.
Where do you see such defects?
Initially, I saw something on the front fender towards
Okay.
under the grill and then the windshield.
Okay. If we could move the cursor, Ms. Knight, is that where the cursor is about located? Is that where you were speaking about a defect?
Yes.
And can we move it to the windshield? Is that where the cursor located? Where about you are describing the second defect you observed?
Yes.
Okay. Now turning to the next State's Exhibit for publication, and that is 88, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, what type of vehicle is this to your knowledge?
A Challenger.
Okay, and do you see a license plate or tag identifier associated with this vehicle?
Yes.
What type of digits are associated with this vehicle?
BBN 9843.
Right, and now do you see any defects to this portion of the vehicle, the rear of the challenge?
Are we able to zoom in a little?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Now publishing the next state's exhibit. And that is states 90 Juliet, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, do you see any defects here?
Yes,
And what do you see? Where is that defect?
the front windshield.
And when you process when you process these vehicles in terms of photographs, did these vehicles remain on scene or were they ever transported somewhere else?
That I have no idea.
All right. And Dr. Pitts, in conclusion, did that conclude your involvement as to APD incident numbers 15-026-2672? For the first case that you dealt with?
2672 is the last four.
Let me restate that. As to all that you testified today, did that conclude your involvement with the first case that you testified about regarding APD case number 15-026-2672?
Yes.
Okay. As to the second case that you testified about, did all that you testified about conclude your involvement with respect to 15-118-028?
Yes.
And as to the last case to which you testified about, that being APD incident number 15-028-0046, did that conclude your involvement? Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
All right, thank you. Are there defense questions for this witness?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
No questions. Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Pitts.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I just want to ask you a couple questions about your work on January 26th
Okay.
at 1007 Hill Street, okay?
Okay.
All right. And if you need to refer to your reports, just let me know, and then that's fine. But we just need to, for the record, just make it clear that you're referring to your report, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. As I understand, you were the crime scene technician on that scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and were you the only crime scene technician on that scene?
Yes.
All right. And I understand your testimony is that you took a large amount of photographs and also collected shell cases.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're at a crime scene working as a crime scene tech, do you dictate your actions or do you follow the responding officer? How does that work?
It's based off of my discretion. The first responding officer really just briefs me during that initial walkthrough of what they've uncovered, but no, they do not tell me or lead me on how to process a crime scene.
And these shell casings, I believe your testimony is you've collected 65 documented and collected 65 shell casings from that scene. Is that correct?
Yes, based on my notes, yes.
Okay. And I'm not asking for an exact measurement, but with your fingers, I guess, could you show the jury how large these shell casings are?
Are we able to pull up a photo so I can make sure that I'm referencing the correct shell
Certainly.
casing?
I believe it's the batch labeled GG.
Is it starting with 1 GG? Okay.
I know that there's some photos in there of different shell cases.
Maybe about this big.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, and they're made of metal,
Yes.
and the surface of these shell casings are smooth.
Yes, I guess. I'm not an expert in the manufacturing of shell casings.
Okay, well, when you collect them, do they appear to be smooth, the surface?
For the most part, yes.
All right. Are you familiar, as part of a crime scene technician's role, you're trained to collect fingerprints?
We are trained to process for fingerprints.
Okay, and thank you for that correction. When you say, you corrected me, I said collect, you said process. Could you explain what you mean by process?
So when you're processing a surface for fingerprints, there may not be a fingerprint that's even there to collect. And so in terms of saying collect, therefore there's something that you've brought to the surface and you're adding lifting tape, and then you are physically collecting that print off of that particular surface, and you can actually take it with you and
Is
turn it
there
over.
another process? Is there another way to process for fingerprints that involves the use of super glue causing prints to rise?
So that is called cyanoacrylate, and yes,
And that process, cyanoacrylate?
correct.
Okay. The process using cyanoacrylate, that can be used on shell casings, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The 65 shell casings in this case, were they ever processed for fingerprints using cyanoacrylate?
Cyanoacrylate, no, they were not.
Okay. And were they processed for fingerprints using any other method of processing evidence for prints?
Let me refer to my report. According to my report, no, I turned them over to the APD crime lab for ballistics testing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other defense counsel with questions for this witness? All right, any redirect? All right, thank you so much for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Honor, at this time, the state calls Crime Scene Director Porter. I'm done reporting.
I'm just wondering why that person's not walking in the door right now. Y'all, the other person's been out, and there's no harm in them passing by each other. I actually, I mean, I'm not trying to be a stickler, but any little bit of time we can save, everybody would appreciate.
Okay. LaShantis Porter, LaShanTise. Last name Porter, Porter.
Ms. Porter, good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
Ms. Porter, did you change your name? Did your name change?
Yes.
And And what did you go by formerly?
Hill,
Where do you currently work, Ms. Porter?
Atlanta Police Crime Scene Unit,
And how long have you worked for APD?
for 19 years.
Can you tell the jury what your current role is?
I am a crime scene director for the Atlanta Police Department.
And what are some of your responsibilities in that role?
I ensure that the crime scene technicians are doing their jobs properly, processing evidence properly, collecting evidence properly. I also manage our customer service section where they do background checks.
And how long have you been in that role?
For 3 months.
In 2014, strike that. Yeah, in 2014, what was your position?
A senior crime scene technician,
And what were some of your responsibilities as a senior crime scene technician?
responding to crime scene calls, processing evidence, and assisting with training new hires.
Now, it's kind of important to distinguish. Are you a member of law enforcement?
Yes, however, I'm a civilian employee.
Are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
Now, Director Porter, I want to draw your attention to December 26, 2014. Were you working that day?
Yes,
And on that day, how long had you been working as a senior crime scene technician?
I believe about 2 to 3 years.
And were you on shifts or on call?
We were on shifts at the time.
And what was your shift?
I was 4 p.m. to 12 a.m.
Were you alone or with a partner?
I was alone.
So on December 26, 2014, were you dispatched to a shooting scene at 1097 Harwell Road, Southwest?
Yes,
Now, was this a business or residential area?
it was a business,
What business?
the Blue Flame.
Have you been to this business before?
At that time, I'm not sure if I had.
Is this business located in Fulton County?
Yes,
Do you know what time you were dispatched?
I was dispatched at 9:29 p.m.
Now, what was your job when you arrived on scene?
My job was to process the scene by taking photos and collecting the evidence that needed to be collected.
Now, is there a difference between searching for evidence and collecting evidence?
Yes.
What is that difference?
So if you're searching for evidence, you're combing the scene, looking for items of evidentiary value. Collecting, you have located those items and you are now collecting them for processing and submissions.
Did you search for any evidence in this case?
No, I didn't.
Did you collect any evidence in this case?
Yes,
What did you collect?
I collected 7 shell casings.
And where did you collect these shell casings from?
The shell cases were located in the parking lot of the business.
The Blue Flame.
Yes,
Did you happen to take any photographs?
yes, I did.
About how many photographs did you take?
I took 63 photographs.
You actually photographed, took your photograph?
Repeat the question.
Do you recall where you actually took photographs that night?
They were toward the bottom, maybe toward the street of the parking lot.
And the shell casings that you collected, were they all of the same type?
No,
Did you take any prints from the casings?
the casings were processed for prints, but there were none of value lifted.
All right. What did you do with the shell casings you did collect?
Once they were collected and processed, they were submitted to our APD crime lab for ballistics analysis.
Did you perform any ballistics testing?
No,
Now, what did you do with the photographs?
the photographs were placed on a disc and sent to our photo lab.
Do you recall the case number of this particular incident?
No, I don't.
Would looking at your report help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes.
Let's take a look at that. I want you guys to look at it. Look up at me. Okay. And what was that case number?
It was 143602137.
Now, would your crime scene report have the same report number as the APD report number?
Yes.
I am now showing you what's been marked as 33 delta through 96 delta. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And these have been previously served to. All right. Take a moment to look at those. Your Honor, may we approach? Your Honor, for
Yes.
member of the-
So there's a relevance objection to essentially, I guess, all of what the witness might be about to testify to. And Mr. Smith, you were trying to sort of explain the relevance, and if you can just do it here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, these shell casings that were collected at 1097 Harwell Road, this location is just down the street from Club Crucial. It happened December 26, 2014, and it produced a knifing hit to 2905 Springdale Road, which occurred on January 28, 2015. One of the other cases that the state has presented evidence on.
Okay,
And so, Your Honor, as we're talking about the shootings and the violence that has occurred throughout this investigation, the shell casings, the fact that there is this knifing hit, it just shows various locations. We're not going to say this person had it in their hands, but the fact that there are knifing hits to locations that are in close proximity to locations where we know where we where
I have no idea why it's doing that.
testing, where we know that other instances that have involved the groups of people that are an interest in this gang war have been seen and apprehended at. We believe that it's relevant because it tends to show that this particular firearm was used in at more than one location and more than one incident. So the connection of the locations by shell casings is not like it's 2 years earlier or it's 20 miles away. The proximity and temporal proximity of the locations are what we believe make it relevant.
All right, and which group is it that is alleged to, that the state's theory at least, committed this, you said Springdale Road in this?
Yes, so 2905 Springdale Road, yes, on January the 28th, which was,
Right.
And Your Honor, we are not going to always in each case be able to say this
Okay.
person had this gun.
Right, but I mean, was this alleged to be 2 YSL shootings
No,
or?
The 2905 Springdale Road, just one second, was January 28th. Was the location of Miss Antrevia is a location of one of the witnesses that we have.
The Springdale Road.
Yes.
Right, and who is alleged to, or which group is alleged to have committed that shooting?
There was, during interviews, there was an allegation. The groups that were alleged to have been involved were the groups that are listed, YSL and F Gang. But
Okay.
I cannot say
So for the Blue Flame and then for Springdale Road, is YSL the group alleged to have committed those shootings?
Not for Blue Flame, we don't know, but the Springdale Road, there was an allegation that YSL committed the Springdale Road shooting.
Okay.
We don't know who committed the Blue Flame, but we do know that the shell casings that were at Springdale Road were also fired at the, they are producing knifing matches to a location just a mile away from Club Crucial, in the latter part of December 2014.
All right, and is this Club Crucial, or not, I'm sorry, is this Blue Flame shooting anywhere in the indictment?
No, it's not that it's in the indictment. It's just that it's the proliferation of violence and the location of the amount of violence caused by these weapons that have been used in these various shootings, we believe is
Okay, and is the weapon that matches both of these also, was it found in the possession of anybody who's alleged to be a YSL co-conspirator?
No. Let me make sure about that. Hang on.
Do y'all even have the weapon that these two things match?
No, we don't have the weapon. We have shell casings, but not the gun in this
Okay.
particular case. And so we don't, and we're in showing the back and forths, we're showing the amount of shootings. And
So I know that for a lot of the different incidents, there is a theory that, there is one shooting by one gang against another, and then the other gang retaliates against the first gang, and it goes back and forth, back and forth.
Right.
Is the Blue Flame shooting alleged to have been any part of that back and forth, back and forth?
we don't have that. We don't, in as much as we don't know who committed that, all that we know is that the weapons used there were knife and hits to.
Okay, so you just want to show that I assume we'll have some evidence that in some way ties YSL to the Springdale Road shooting, and you want to be able to show that somebody involved in that might have been involved in some other shooting, just to show that they shoot things up a lot. Essentially.
Well, the count one of this indictment alleges exactly that.
Okay, but this isn't an overt act in count one of the indictment, right?
No, but it's it's not an overt act. No, the Blue Flame, no, but it is. I guess our position is it doesn't need to be an overt act to be proof of something that we are showing. It's
Has there been any prior notice about this? Any argument that it's 404B or intrinsic?
Well, we have not.
Yes or no?
No, I don't think we have. No.
All right, I'm going to sustain that relevance objection.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm going to exclude it based on relevance, 403, lack of notice.
Your
Yes,
Honor.
ma'am.
Well, Your Honor, in as much as it has produced a knife and hit, and that they have known, we have provided that information from day one. This is not something that has been kept. And in as much as it is a firearm that has been used in a shooting that we believe was committed by and perpetrated by one of the, or at least a member or associate of the enterprise that we're talking about for a reason.
Okay, well, I asked you if you had anything that tied this gun to a particular YSL co-conspirator, and you said no.
I'm sorry, but we said that 2905 Springdale Road is a location that we have heard from interviews that a YSL person shot up. We don't have a particular YSL person. And the fact that that same firearm was used less than a month, about a month earlier at a location about a mile away from where other YSL shootings occurred, we believe that makes it intrinsic. We've not argued, the court asked us, had we argued that? We had not argued it, no, but we do believe that it's intrinsic, it's definitely relevant. The jury could draw the conclusion that this same firearm was used in a different location. It would then be part of the evidence showing the nature of the enterprise that is described and alleged in count one. So in as much as the relevance, we believe, is that this firearm that we believe was used by a YSL member is used in another location, showing the level of the type of violence, showing the nature of the acts committed by the enterprise. We believe that it certainly meets the very, very, very low burden of relevance, and we believe it meets it. It's more than, the small burden required to be relevant.
Okay, well, maybe relevance wasn't the right.
And in as much as it's intrinsic, there's not notice that's required for intrinsic evidence. Evidence is just proving an element of count one. So there's no 404B analysis. There's nothing that has been argued or that suggests that somehow this would cause the jury to convict either of the defendants on grounds other than those alleged in the indictment. So we believe that it's relevant, pertinent, intrinsic, and admissible, and should not be subject to that extreme sanction of exclusion, given that this is something that has been, this particular NIBA match, this particular information has been made known to the defense since the beginning of this case back in 2022. So we would ask that the court not exclude this information. And this is not a witness that is going to take a very long time. We have 2 photographs that we're going to publish. We have, I think, about maybe 30 that she took, but 60 that she took, but 2 that we were going to publish.
All right, well, maybe I misunderstood a little bit about what Mr. Smith was saying at the bench. It sounded, and that may be my fault. I thought he was saying the night and match was something that just got learned this week.
No.
So that was
No.
my misunderstanding. Maybe you just meant, I don't know what you meant. So you said something about things that had just occurred this week.
Well, we just put these witnesses back on the list. But no.
Okay, so I'll hear from the defense.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of irrelevant police reports that are included in discovery.
Talk into your mic, please.
There are many, many irrelevant police reports and irrelevant incidents that are included in discovery. So just because the state put in discovery and we didn't jump up and down doesn't all of a sudden make something relevant or past 403. Your Honor, what the state is not telling you, and quite honestly, I don't think they're being a little misleading. The 2905 Springdale Road address,
yes,
that's in Trivia Smith's house. No one was ever charged with that. There's no solid evidence whatsoever. The state wants to say, oh, well, we believe YSL is involved. They didn't say a name. They didn't say anyone that's allegedly did the shooting. They have no idea. And, they also know from the discovery, if we're being honest about it, in the discovery, there's several references to Shell Kell shooting up 2905 Springdale Road. Nothing's funny about this. And the reality is they have no clue. The police have no clue. No one was charged with it. And now they want to bring in a separate incident that involves a man, it appears from me reading the police report, a man, Mr. Strozier, who's targeted outside Blue Flame, waiting on his wife to cash out, probably a robbery. Mr. Strozier has no relation that I know of to either YSL or If Gang or anything else that would suggest this is a back and forth shooting between the 2 groups. This has nothing to do with anything.
Your Honor, if I may respond briefly. Contrary to the belief, I guess, by counsel for defendant Stillwell regarding the information that we provided to the court heard me say, and I maintained what address was at that location. I started to say the name and then I chose
Yeah.
not to say all of it, but it is alleged at that time that she had begun seeing Kelvin Watts. And this is the precipitation of the providing of that video where we see Antonio Sledge and Quindarius Zachary saying, we ain't going back and forth. She provided this to the police after this shooting, right after this shooting. That's how she interfaced with Detective Dennis. So while a member of YSL, I think Mr. Zachary said something to the effect of, well, somebody said Shell Kell shot it up. But at the time that this shooting happened, she was dating Mr. Watts. And so there was, it was said sort of sheepishly, the court can hear it, it'll come in, I believe, during other testimony. But the idea that I'm certain there would be a desire that everything that we put in here is considered irrelevant, but it's not, simply because an assertion is made by, one of the accused that it's not relevant. It is in fact relevant. It does not, there's nothing that warrants its exclusion. It meets the very low requirement for relevance, and arguments to the contrary don't take into account the information I believe we've just shared with the court. So, and no one has ever said anything about the victim in this case. We're not bringing up his name. We're not trying to say he has anything to do with it. But guess what? A lot of the other shootings that occurred, for instance, the location of Miss B, she wasn't an intended target. And that's one of the themes here. We see people who aren't intended targets getting affected by the violence that's perpetrated by persons on behalf of this enterprise. And so in as much as that person's name,
Do you have any evidence that the shooting at the Blue Flame was perpetrated on behalf of, at the direction of YSL?
Your Honor, what the evidence that we have that we believe suggests that a member of YSL was involved in that is the night.
The gun used here
Produced a
is
knife.
suspected to have, was apparently the same gun used at the Springdale Road location,
A
which
month
is
later.
suspected to have been done by a YSL member, but could equally have been done by somebody who's not YSL, under the theory that, I mean,
Your Honor,
it's the state's
circumstantial
theory,
evidence.
right? It
It's the
is
state-
circumstantial evidence.
It is the
All right. Right. And I mean, yes, you can prove your case based on circumstantial evidence. You have a right to do that. But I do not find that this Blue Flame incident is intrinsic to the issues in this indictment. So I am excluding it. All right. So does that mean that we're done with this witness?
Your Honor, if the court's going to exclude
Okay.
that one, then we'll.
Your Honor, could we just have a instruction to the jury to just strike
Yes.
the testimony about this incident?
Well, they hadn't heard much of anything yet anyway, but yes. All right.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that, given that the court has decided that it has not heard very much, there's nothing that's prejudicial to anyone that's been presented. We would ask that the court simply allow the state to have no further questions and move forward. They haven't even seen the photographs. And so to strike the information, there's nothing that has been in any way that could, they be considered harmful. So we'd ask that.
Well, it's not harmful, but I mean, we don't want to be confusing the jury, so I'll just tell them to disregard it. You can certainly put her back on the stand and say, thank you, no further questions, but then I'm going to turn around and say, disregard all that testimony. If you want me to say it in a way that you want to come up with a particular way for me to potentially say it, I'm willing to consider it.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The court will allow us.
Anybody need to use the restroom while we're on break anyway? Yes, okay.
Your
Think
Honor,
about it. Well, let's try to take, yes, sir.
And when you come back, or can do it now.
We can do it now.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, the court asked me some questions regarding any objections I have to a
Yes.
911 call.
Yes.
I'd like to be heard at the court's
Okay.
pleasure.
Yeah, that's fine if we want to do that now.
We want to
Break
craft,
and
it.
then-
Yes,
yeah.
yes, please.
Okay, we'll break. We'll do the crafting of the instruction. We'll take the 911 issue up. You can let the jury know it'll be at least 15 more minutes. All right, y'all try to get back here quickly so we can deal with these issues.